Tom, I'm taking a look at the position of the Wisbig, the radiator, the lever and seal and all that. See that we match it up with Wisbig 2. In 2 feet. In 2 feet. Just about the tip of an index finger between the Wisbig and the lever and seal. Okay, that's good, Clyde. Okay, I can feel I'm engaged. I'm ready for blind mate connectors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it's started at about 5 1/4. We hit the hard stop and the torque limiter popped. Okay, very good. Okay, Claude, let's move back. Okay, back. 2 feet. Okay, we're ready for blind mate. We're ready for ground strap. 2 feet. Move me back towards the center. Roger. Same torque settings. That's affirmative. Dory, how's your cooling? You're going to be still for a while. You might want to stop. Turn it down a little if you want to. Hey, thanks, Tom. I'm doing real good. Okay. Yeah. Okay, let's go in 2 feet. In. This is going to be 5 turns on this.
Hoffman's now about to release a ground strap, a grounding strap that's located on the outside of the drawer. And the handle's now attached onto the guide studs. That's the handle that'll be used to hold it when Hoffman slides the instrument out of the telescope. The instrument's about the size of a baby grand piano.
Okay, let's move in 2 feet and up 1 foot. In 1 and up 1. Okay, in 1 and up 1. Keep coming up. Up a little further. Okay, let's come in 1 more foot. In 1. I'm in hot. Am I going now? Stop. Yeah, hot. I have the ground strap. Bringing it around the top. The ground strap is secured. Okay, copy. In Houston, you copy. Blind mate is loose and ground strap stowed.
We're with you, Tom. We copy.
And I guess we're ready for the latch. And Houston, we're good for attitude, right, to demate the A-latch?
That is affirmative, Tom.
You got to go, Jeff. Okay, we want to go to manual. And we want ratchet counterclockwise. And a torque of 38.
We're now disengaging 1 bolt that is the latch for the camera.
Torque of 38, manual ratchet. limiter is off. Deck. Okay. Deck direction. Okay, down 1 foot.
Don Winter. Hey, Story, one thing you might check that we talked about is how the seal looks around there when it's fully in on this one for future reference.
Oh, you didn't hear my earlier call, Tom?
I didn't, Story, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I did all of that. It's about 1 index finger tip all along this right edge here.
Okay, good.
Okay, it's in there. Okay, Quad, we're nice and secure. The brakes are on.
Brakes on.
Okay, and I guess it's going to be harder to use hand signals today because I'll be using both hands most of the time.
Okay.
Okay, here goes. Looks like it came loose. That did. I'll take 1 turn on it manually. Okay. Now I'm going to go back to motor, and we stay on 38.
Roger that.
Pull out to make sure I've got the direction correct. Already moved. It did move, Story? Yes, great. Okay, we have 1 turn already.
Roger.
2. It's moving. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. 16. 17. 18. 19. 20. 21. 22. 23. Feels like it's free. What do you think, Story? Yes, it's free. You hold it. Let me get the tool put away. I have it. Yeah, back away about 1 foot.
Back 1 foot. And I see you're still tethered to it, Jeff.
I am. And you know, Tom, when I put it away, my hand is right next to the switch. So, I turned it off.
Okay. Copy PRT off.
No problem at all.
All right.
Okay? Well, let's come up. 1 foot. Okay. To the right about 1 foot. 6
1
inches.
foot to the right.
Stop.
Stop.
Okay, let's come in 1 foot. Actually, no, just stop here. I'm good. We're ready for the inchworm study? Yes, I'm ready. Okay. Oh. No, fingertips. Fingertips. It just floats out. Lovely. It floats out. I think that I'm feeling you, not the whip bit. No, I'm not touching it. Okay. No. Really smooth. What do you see? It looks wonderful. MRI's in great shape. Okay, Quad, let's move the arm back about 2 feet.
Back 2 feet.
The labyrinth seals are spotless.
Great.
Beautiful.
Houston copies.
But I'd like to go up about 1 foot.
Up 1 foot now.
Up a little more. so I can see the point of engagement. See the top here. Okay, my lights are good. Claude, take me up another 6 inches.
Up another 6 inches, Jeff. Okay, Store.
That's good. Yes.
You want to stop and pitch yourself down a little more?
Yes. Yeah, I should.
Okay.
Okay, I'll just hold it here, sorry. Just floating. And it's in the rail, right? Right? It's just at the edge of the rail. I think if you're going to leave it, it ought to be in the rail. Yeah. Okay, it's just floating here nicely. Yeah, I think we ought to take it out. I'll redo the pitch and then we'll come in again. Okay? Yeah. Okay, so we're going to go out with it, right?
Yeah, and Jeff Story may not be able to get on the rail, so you'll have to really monitor over the top, okay?
I can see over the top.
Okay.
That's why I was having Claude take me up. Looking good. Claude, let's move out 2 feet.
Okay, out.
Are we free of the rail, Story, right? Yes, you are.
I go out about an inch per second.
Okay.
Once it's free, Jeff, you might yaw a little bit towards Story, and he could get on now.
Yeah, I can grab it if I need to.
Okay. No.
You can go ahead and take it out, Jim. Okay. Take it right away. All right, let's move back.
Okay, we're continuing to move back.
I'm on the rail. Got a foot to go. Wait. Got 6 inches to go. Looking really good. Okay, you're right at the entrance. You can take it away. Keep moving back, Claude. Okay. Have you let go, Story? No, I'm still there. I'm still protecting. You're all the whole 6 inches. You can take it away. We're clear. Okay, take it away. All right, you've let go now. I feel it. Okay, let's move back, Claude.
Okay, let's pick up the rate, son.
Okay, in time when I'm far away like this, I'll hold on to the insulated pad.
Good idea. Now we're clear, Jeff. Can I stop?
Yes, I believe we're well clear.
Okay, stopping now.
Looks like the sun's getting ready to come up. Well, I'm well clear. I'm going to put my visor down. Get my helmet lights off. Get some... I can brace it against my knees, and that gives me a free hand to get some cooling on.
Okay, and visors.
Yeah, I have a cooling of about 3.5. Boy, the cavity just got totally black looking into the sun like this. I can't see it. I would not want to do an insertion into direct sunlight like we are. And by the way, the sun is on the whip pick. I'll see if I can move it out of the sun a little bit.
Okay. Need Claude to bring you port.
Okay, it's in the shade.
Okay, good.
behind the telescope. Good.
Roger. That looks better, Store?
Yeah, it does. Let me play with the handling qualities while we're waiting here.
Copy that.
Jeff Hoffman on the end of the robot arm with the red bands on the on his legs is holding the wide field planetary camera.
I'll do that too, but I can't do it until the sun moves.
Okay.
One of the tasks after removing the camera is to partially reinsert it, and he was noticing that the cavity was very dark because of the sun angle, and he wanted to wait, and that's what he's doing now, and he's practicing some mass handling of the camera to get a good feel for how it moves about in the weightless environment. Story Musgrave is his suit has no stripes on it, no markings, and he's up on the telescope as a free floater during this task.
Air bearing floor is a very good analogy. Excellent, excellent.
Good.
What's the situation with our attitude? It looks like the sun ought to be more off our tail in order to keep the whip pick out of the sun.
Copy, Houston.
We copy, Tom.
Looking back, Jeff, at the tail of the orbiter's 12 o'clock. The sun's at about 11 o'clock.
Yeah, but you see what happens when I move over to the left.
Roger. Sun's hitting right on the starboard side of HST.
Denver, Houston, Tom, the intent of the attitude is to protect the whiff pick cavity and the parking location. We can't protect everything, so this is the best we can do.
Okay. So there's no problem with the sun getting on it a little bit while Jeff's holding it here, right?
You are correct, sir.
Okay, thanks a lot.
In that case, unfortunately, the sun is, well, I guess when I get further in, my eyes will be out of the sun. So you tell me when you're ready. Okay.
Preparing now to reinsert the wide field planetary camera. This is a task that's designed to give the astronauts a feel for what the installation of the new camera will be like. And again, Hoffman riding on the end of the robot arm.
Say again, Jeff.
Bring me 1 foot to port.
1 foot to port.
If I can get the sun out of my eyes.
Hey, Store, looks like you're back. Does that look better?
Yeah, that's a lot better.
Hey, how's it look inside the cavity to you? Blind mate and all that.
Well, I can't turn that way right now. Why don't you float down and take a look, Story, before we do this reinsertion?
We're only going in 4 inches.
Okay, I'm looking in and I don't see anything hanging loose or anything that would prevent us from doing this.
We're only going in 4 inches. Okay, sounds good.
MLI looks great. Yeah, with my head out of the sun, I can see in there. Looks beautiful.
And Houston copies. Good news.
Okay, are we ready?
Hey, Houston.
Okay, Claude, let's come in. And Story, I'll yaw it a bit to you.
Okay. Okay, Jeff, coming in.
Story Musgrave is in a foot restraint mounted on the telescope.
About a foot away from you. Yes, sir. 4 feet. 3. 2. Foot and a half. Okay, I'll push it out to you.
Okay. I'm on it.
Okay. All right, stop the arm. Stop the arm.
Stop.
Is the mirror clear?
Yes, we're totally clear. We're ready to start in.
Okay. Bud, let's come on in.
Okay. How far away are you from the cavity store? We're right in the entrance. Yes.
Okay, let's try to get the body inside now.
Okay. We're in a first.
Okay. Okay, stop the arm. Fred, stop. I want you to center me up now again.
Okay, up. About 1 foot again?
Yes.
Okay, do that.
But you ought to be able to see it.
Sure.
How does the height look, Story?
Looks real good, real square. Is that a good height, Tim?
I've got to come down, Claude. We've drifted up a bit.
Okay, down.
About a foot.
Foot down.
This looks pretty level to me, Story.
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'll come down until my head is in the right position.
Okay, take you down, Tim. That good now, Tim?
That's good. Okay, Story, are we ready to engage your rail?
Okay.
How far do we have to go?
Oh, 2.5 feet.
Okay. I'm just pushing in a little bit. You guide it left and right.
Yes, I am. People coming on in. You're looking beautiful. Good.
Okay. Let's hold it there. Claude, take me in 2 feet and up 1 foot.
In 2 feet, 1 foot up. I'm 6 inches from rail engage.
Okay, I wanna have full extension capability when we engage the rail. So let's get the arm in. We're still going in inchworm, and I'm pulling in now. Let's hang on. Okay, that's a good height. Keep coming in.
Roger. Okay, I'm in 1 inch.
You're in 1 inch,
And I have it.
you have it.
Yes, I have it.
Okay, I'm gonna let go, and I'm gonna untether. Correct?
Okay.
That's the way we're gonna do it.
Roger that.
I am untethered. All right, I'm letting go. Story, you happy?
Yes.
Okay, Claude, let's move back.
Okay, moving
Move
back.
away.
Okay, move away.
Again, the two astronauts are practicing installation of the existing wide-field planetary camera.
Okay.
This is a test to get a good feel for how the new camera will feel when it's engaged or when it's placed on the guide rails. This is identical to the maneuvers that they'll make in a short while with the new planetary camera, wide-field and planetary camera.
Head over to the side.
Roger.
This hangs in there so beautiful, Story. Doesn't it? try to yaw me if you can. An end effector yaw to get me out.
Okay, try that.
That's the way we did it at the NBS. Okay, keep coming in. Move me a little bit to starboard so that we keep our clearance. Okay, stop. I have a hand on the telescope. Stop. I have a hand on the handhold. Let me bring my rail in. I'm in 2 inches. I'm in 2 inches. Let's just do it. See what it's like pushing it in a little bit more. Okay, now I'm looking at the top. I want to make sure that the top clearance and the bottom clearance, they look good. Okay, we're in about 4 inches on this side story, 6 inches maybe. Okay, look good? Yes, sir. I'll just hold it right here. Hold it right here. And go back. Okay, that's going to go beautiful. Go back out front again. Okay, Claude, let's pull me away. I'm letting go. You got it, story. Okay, I have it. Forward in the bay.
Go ahead, Store.
Yeah, when we get out here, I want to review the VFR settings to the telescope and the extension.
Okay.
I'm ready anytime you are, Jim. I'm waiting to be repositioned. Come forward in the bay, Clovis. Let's center up again. I don't want to move the MFR until we get clear of the whip. Let's come further forward. Keep coming. I'm ready to retether. I'm retethered. That's good left and right. Actually, let's come in now.
Roger that, Captain.
Actually, stop. I can reach it from here.
Okay.
Bring me up about 1 foot.
Up 1.
That's good. Okay, ready to take it out, sir. I'm ready when you are. Okay, the rails are just disengaging. Okay, we got about, okay, Claude, I'm going to hold it here. Claude, let's move back about 2 feet.
Okay.
2.5 feet. There we go. By the way, Tom, at sometime earlier on there, I reset my cooling to 2.
Copy that.
So because I'm in the shade here.
Roger.
Drop the arm. Okay, Story, I'm ready to bring it back. Bring it out. Got a flip to go. Okay, we're going very nice. Just take it away. Okay, Claude, let's move. Move away.
Move away.
6 inches. We're clear. You got it. Now get out and look at the cavity.
Roger, Store.
Now that the camera's been removed, the next step is for Story Musgrave to do a visual inspection of the vacated cavity from the for the whip pick camera.
Go down to put this baby away.
Okay.
While Story Musgrave does the inspection, Claude Nicollier will maneuver Jeff Hoffman down to a temporary parking fixture on the side of the payload bay where the camera will be placed and remain so until the new camera has been installed.
And I guess we'll get a little video, Jeff, now.
You want me to look first?
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and start looking, Store. If you see, I tell you what, let's talk to Houston, see what Story sees, and Jeff, and everything looks good. Why don't we put it up, and then if Story sees something, come back for video.
Yeah, I'm putting my lights back on to look in the cavity.
Do you copy, Jeff, and agree?
Yeah, that's fine. I've always thought that's the better way to do it. Let's get this thing put to bed.
Okay, and Houston, if you copy, we're going to go ahead and go with pick one, and then if Story sees anything, we'll get some end effector video. It's awful dark in there. I'm not sure we're going to see anything.
We concur, Tom.
Thanks.
Don't come further aft with a whip pick. Let's move forward in the bay then, Claude.
Okay.
The threads on the A-latch look great on it. Okay, Tom, what I'm doing, I'm holding the bottom of the handhold on my knees, and I've got my arms wrapped around the handhold, so my hands aren't even touching it. I want to see the arm going forward before I move here. Let's move forward, Claude.
Head forward to the bay.
Hey, I see you going.
Houston, Endeavor, you getting downlink?
That's affirmative, Tom.
And any problem with us hitting the cavity with the mag light for you in daylight?
We'll check.
Okay. The MLI is in,
Endeavor, Houston, Tom, no problem using the mag light.
Copy.
I've got good light in here too with my helmet lights. The rails are just chrome polished, absolutely slick. The V-latch, it just looks absolutely new in here. Claude, let's go into the temporary storage position for Whitpick 1 now.
Okay, let's go that now.
The labyrinth seals, they look new. Okay. The blind mate connector is flat and in.
Good.
Yeah. It is not pulled forward, you know what we were looking for. It's all the way back in. The C-latch ball is beautiful. The A-latch. Stop the arm. Claude, I want to move forward and out to the port. I want to be sure we're clear of Story.
Okay, I'm stepping down now.
I don't know, can you see Story underneath? Can you see his clearance?
Yeah, he's got good clearance, Jeff. I can see.
Okay, I can just see a little bit of him. Okay, keep it.
Endeavor, Houston, with an attitude update.
Go ahead, Houston.
Covey, we'd like you to modify your Omicron to 173 and to initiate at 1945, please.
Hey, Story, can you get your feet down? Copy 173. Jeff, why don't you pick the front end up a little? Thanks.
Good copy.
It's really beautiful in here.
Good, Jeff. Thanks.
Every bit of MLI is totally intact. There's no ballooning, there's no tears. Latches are clear. It just looks like a brand new telescope in here.
Hey, A-latch looks good?
Yes, sir. Totally clear.
Houston copies.
All the pins on a blind mate
They're all straight. Okay, sounds like you've done the inspection, Store. Yeah, it's really good. It's great.
Story Musgrave completing the inspection of the vacated cavity where the wide field planetary camera was located. At this time, he will translate down the side of the payload bay over to the protective enclosure for the new wide field planetary camera, where he'll undo the latches while Jeff Hoffman stows the old camera on the side of the payload bay in a temporary parking fixture.
Okay, we're down below you now. This handle's real easy. Okay, a hitch pin has floated in the way of the fork. Okay, I'll come down. They said I am clear. Well, the whole pit pin came out. Right, there's some. Actually, it looks like it's floating in the right direction. Okay. But if you can come down now, it's bumped back. You better come down and clear it, Story. Hey, let's stop here, Claude.
Okay, stop.
And as long as you're down, you can help pull the thing in.
Store, you gonna be happy with that PFR position for the next insertion?
I'm going to have to go back and look at it. I'm going to help Jeff, I guess, now.
Okay.
I can't put it in with this hitch pin floating in the way. Coming. Oh, yeah. See? Well, it's sort of floated free now. I probably can do it. Let me get it. Okay. I'm here. Sort of down inside before.
Endeavour Houston will be handing back up to the west in 1 minute.
Roger.
Hey, Jeff. Yeah. They were coming real slow. At any rate, Story. And control later. Well, you want me to pin it? You can get that side. This pin is not working right when I push in on it. There we go. That's that one. Okay. Pins are in. I'm going to untether.
Copy, Houston.
Yes, sir.
Nice driving, Claude. Beautiful.
My pleasure.
The wide field planetary camera now installed on a temporary parking fixture on the side of the payload bay.
Okay, Moscow. It's 15 left.
Want to go to the forward handle now, Jeff?
Yes.
Okay. left, 15 left, into the extender also story.
Okay, that's what it is.
Okay. You can change that roll setting story and then your pitch will be more in the plane you want it. If you go clockwise a little bit, I think.
Yeah. I'd like to get a little closer in. Need to be closer in. I can do it, but I'm stretching more than I want to.
Yeah, I think if you yaw more to the right with your PFR there, that throws you in closer, kind of like we were those last runs. But to get that, you may have to change that the roll setting down there. Go clockwise with it a little bit, I think.
I need to be closer to center line.
And the only way to do that is to go 45 left.
Stop. Take me
That'll be tough for you to do there, free floating.
Cat. You think clockwise roll?
Yeah, why don't you try that? That'll throw you in a little closer to the telescope and up.
Wait.
Yeah, now go the other way, and then you'll have to adjust your pitch and yaw. If you go about 90 degrees, yeah, like that, right in there. Yeah, now come and adjust probably your pitch, it looks like.
Forward. Got to get closer to forward. 1 foot.
Pitch ought to roll you back up a little bit. There you go, Store.
Shut. Stop. Okay.
Think that looks better, Store?
It is. I'm tethered to the forward handhold.
Store, I think you're going to need your toes pitched more into whiff pick to reach. Should come a little more with the roll joint clockwise.
Look, Tom, I could probably open the R side here.
That story's got it all of them open except for one on the other side, Jeff, so.
Should I wait?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Oh. There's no point in my picking up the handhold then.
No.
Mission Specialist Tom Akers choreographing the events in the payload bay from up on the flight deck.
No, I got no trouble doing things.
Okay.
Crew members are reported from the EVA officer here in Mission Control, Sue Rainwater, to be about a half an hour ahead of their pre-flight timeline.
If you come clockwise with the roll, you happy there, Store?
I'll make it work.
Well, you're really pitched backwards now, but I guess you can work on it the next time up there. You guys are doing real good. We got lots of time.
That's not the issue.
pitch is roll right now. And that's why I think if you come on around with that roll joint, pitch will become pitch for you.
Story Musgrave is in the process of fine-tuning the position of the foot restraint that he was using. He'll also be using the same foot restraint for the installation of the new camera.
That's good, right in there.
The new camera is located in a protective compartment called the Radial Science Instrument Protective Enclosure. It's one of the compartments mounted on the orbital replacement unit carrier just in front of the telescope. The door has about 6 bolts. All of those have already been released, the latches, except for one.
Yeah. Up for just a little here. Bring that roll around however you want it there.
Endeavour's about 2/3 of the way through the 73rd orbit of the mission as it approaches the west coast of Australia. The already removed wide-field planetary camera 1 stowed in a temporary parking fixture on the side of the payload bay. Jeff Hoffman on the end of the arm has already unlatched most of the latching mechanisms on the handhold that will be attached to the new camera.
Down over here, stay away from Weston. Put the camera away. Okay, I see you coming down. I'll get a hold of the handhold.
Story Musgrave will now open the
Come on up.
protective enclosure and make sure it's in the latched open position such that the door won't move around while they remove the new camera.
If I got one ready to latch.
Oh, look at that baby. Beautiful, spanking new with We'll take some nice pictures with that.
SOS lock time. Copy, store.
Okay, that's centered. Stop. Let's come forward in the bay, 1 foot.
Forward 1 foot.
Then we'll be ready to come down.
Roger.
Keep coming forward.
Much as I can see, we're pretty
Stop.
cool.
I'm looking right into the A-latch. Okay, let's come down now.
Okay, down.
Crew looks great. The hands are nice and warm. Got the arm. Stop.
There are 4 attach points on this new handhold that will be attached to the new wide field and planetary camera.
So the zip nuts.
Denver, Houston, if possible, we'd like an ESC shot once you get the handrail attached and the zip nuts tightened down before you pull it out.
Okay, we'll do that.
Okay, the zip nuts are attached, and I'm going to untether them for a bit. And Claude, I guess you can have to move me up a little bit, get me out of the way.
Okay.
Okay, that's probably good.
Okay.
What's taking place right now is
Okay, well, let's up again.
Kathy Thornton up on the flight decks using a electronic still camera to take a photo of the new camera with the handrail attached to it.
Houston to Denver.
Go ahead, KT.
And
We've
actually,
been sending down mode 2 ESC for a while. Have you been getting it?
That is affirmative.
Okay, last frame was the whip pick in the sight.
Okay, thanks.
I've got to get the blind made first.
The electronic still camera can downlink photographs almost real time, and Kathy Thornton is using a modified camera to take those photos. This particular photo was taken as a result of one of the pre-flight simulations in which when the co-star was installed in the telescope and the high-speed photometer was replaced in the canister, it didn't fit properly. and that led the team to decide to take photos of the new instruments before they're removed from the canister to get a good reference point in the event that there is a problem installing the old instrument in the canister.
Okay.
What's left before removal of the new camera is to disengage several latches and bolts that are holding it in place in this protective enclosure before removing it. Again, Jeff Hoffman is riding on the end of the robot arm, and Story Musgrave is the free-floating astronaut in front of the new camera.
Torque of 10. And we're still in A3. Okay, Quad, let's move about 3 feet to the port. 3 feet port.
Jeff, I was kind of busy there. You reviewed your settings there for this?
Yeah, let me give them to you again. Torque of 10. Motor counterclockwise. Vector action, that's good, Quad. Stop. Stop. Okay, let's bring me down about 1 foot.
Down 1.
And this is going to be 5.3 turns to the hard stop.
Roger that.
Stop. Stop. Okay, I can feel we're engaged. Ready? Okay, here goes. That's very nice. I'll just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it started to slip at about 5 1/4.
Okay, sounds good.
Just like we want. Okay. Okay, bring me up a foot.
Up foot.
And then let's move back to the center.
Okay.
And we'll get the ground strap. And that's going to be 5 turns, same torque. And you're going to get it right straight. Yeah.
And that's affirmed.
Stop the arm. Stop. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. The PRT is very well behaved. It's a smooth torque. It stops precisely when I take my finger off the trigger. The action is very nice, very easy to use.
Okay, good.
We copy that, and I'm sure Paul Richards will be happy to hear that.
Well, he deserves to. He worked real hard on it. Okay, we're going to set this for 38. I'm going to put a tether in.
The PRT that Jeff Hoffman's referring to is that power ratchet tool that he's using to disengage the bolts.
Good, I want to go aft in the bay 1 foot.
Aft 1 foot.
When we hear him counting, he's counting the revolutions of the turns. There are precise measurements for the amount of turns it requires to unlatch these bolts.
Motor coming off, check the motor, doesn't run. Check the ratchet direction, it's correct.
Very good. And Store, you can watch the indicator light, or Jeff there for...
Okay. I'm going to watch it turn.
Yeah, Jeff may be able to see the indicator light. Can you, Jeff? Off to your left.
I can. I wonder if I'll see him in the sun. As soon as I'm verified you're turning, I'll go up and get it. Okay, I can feel it's engaged. I'm going to break it loose. Let's feel like it turns. Yeah, you're on it. It's turning. I'm going to give it 1 turn manually.
The tool can be operated manually as well as by battery power.
Okay, now I'm going to motor and motor counterclockwise. And that little dial at the top that you can look into is a nice feature. Okay, here goes. We've had one turn. Ready? 2, 3, 4, 5.
There should be about 22 turns on this particular latch mechanism.
8. It's moving. The lights aren't on yet. 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. 16. 17. 18. 19. 20. 21. I can feel it's free. 22. 23. Definitely free. I don't know. I don't see those lights either, Story. No, we didn't get any lights. It may just be it. I don't know. Maybe they're just not bright enough to see in the daytime. Well, take me up about 2 feet. What? Up 2 feet.
Denver, Houston, we show it free down here.
It is free.
Okay, thanks, Houston.
Okay, I'm going to put the ratchet away. And I turn the tool on. Okay. Okay, we drifted a little bit to the port, Clyde, but let's come back down and that'll probably center us up.
Okay, launching down.
And then I guess we're... Well, let's come back for a few minutes.
Okay. Okay, just stop it.
Okay, now that's fair enough down. Let's come back up a foot and aft in the bay by 1 foot.
Okay, up and aft in the bay.
I want to look down on the rails as it comes out. Okay, that's good. Now let's come up by 2 feet.
Up 2 feet.
Keep it coming up. I'll tell you when to stop. Stop.
Stop.
Okay, here we come. Okay, I can see it sliding up the rail. Yep, looking good. Nice and smooth. Easy to keep it centered. Just fingertips. Okay, let's start on up again, Quad.
Okay, up again, Jeff.
Just not even pulling it, I'm just coaxing it with my fingertips. Nice and smooth. Just keep coming up, Quad.
The tanks are in the blind main. Okay, copy. The tanks look good.
Great pitch, Jeff. You can do things up? Is the mirror clear?
We're clear by a foot and a half. You are clear to pitch up.
Okay, well actually I'm gonna do the spin first.
How are you?
If we come up a little higher, Claude.
Okay, a little higher, then.
About 2.5 feet clearance. Go up a little higher.
The protective cover on the end of the new wide field and planetary camera visible as Jeff Hoffman raises it
Okay.
out of the protective enclosure.
Nice and slow.
Looks like that ground strap's going to stay clear, right, Stuart?
Yes, it is. Looks nice.
Great.
I see nice coming here. Okay, it's rotated. Better pitch it up. And I guess, why don't you pitch me up, Claude?
Okay, pitch up, Jeff.
Claude Nicollier on the end of the robot arm has rotated Jeff Hoffman holding the new wide field and planetary camera about 180 degrees. That's so that Story Musgrave can get a good visual inspection.
I'm good and clear on right now.
The rotation of the instrument is so that Story Musgrave could get a good visual look at the blind mate connector on the tip of the new camera. He'll now close the protective enclosure box and then move back up to the telescope in preparation for the installation of the new camera.
Put the latch back to the engaged position. Ready to latch.
Roger that.
And in preparation for night, I'm going to pull hot.
Copy, full hot. Okay, Jeff, I think we are lined now.
Okay, I'll just sit and wait here.
The crew is right now about an hour ahead of the flight plan that was uplinked to them this morning.
To get the nearer the Story.
And they're currently about 30 to 40 minutes ahead of their pre-flight timeline in their spacewalk checklist.
In fact, I think you want to, well, let's wait till Story gets in position and then we'll get set up.
Combined, these two astronauts trained for more than 200 or 350 hours in the water. As the orbiter begins to move from daylight into darkness about halfway across the Pacific Ocean, the crew members will likely wait until the shadows dissipate so they can get a good visual look at the cavity before the installation process begins.
Hey, Store. Yes. Yeah, your tether's coming down around your right foot and around the back there. There you go.
It looked like it might have moved and pitched there, Story.
I don't think it touched you.
No.
Every Houston reminder, you have a maneuver at 2024, and it is as published.
Roger.
That maneuver of the orbiter that will take place shortly will hopefully optimize the angles for the dish antenna so that we should be able to get our views from Endeavour's payload bay back in about 8 minutes or so as the orbiter approaches the equator to begin the 74th orbit of the mission. Again, Jeff Hoffman and Story Musgrave in position now to install the new wide-field and planetary camera.
That's good. Okay. Can you lean forward? Yeah, great. Great.
Okay. Now I'm going to get everything restrained back here. Got all my tethers and hooks. Everything's safety here. Got my end effector tethered up here. Shake around a bit, be sure nothing get out in front of me. Bud, let's start yawing to the right. So that up to my right so that we get the mirror cover pointed at Story.
Okay, I'm ready.
But
All right, Jeff.
let's yaw to the right.
You're right.
Keep going. Keep going. A little bit more. Stop. Hey, Story, how does that angle look to you? Went up a little?
Got to move a little bit starboard. And then come into me.
Okay, Claude, let's move to starboard and continue to yaw to the right.
Okay, continue your right to move starboard.
Yeah, because our angle isn't correct yet.
I could do it there, but
I know. Let's get it optimized.
here's where I'd like to face it, right here.
We have time. Let's get it optimized.
Yeah, you go starboard and then yaw to your right.
Okay, we're doing the right thing. Keep doing it.
Okay, I'd singularity here. I can't go further.
I cannot go further. How does that look, Story?
It's fine.
Okay, you want it closer to you. Yes, sir. Okay, Claude, can you see Story?
Yes, I can move towards him. Got it?
Okay. All right, now remember, I cannot move back.
Okay. I'll move forward.
So,
I'm
Claude,
on the mirror. I'm tethered to it, Tom.
okay, before you take it off, let's stop the arm.
Stop.
Okay, Claude, if Story says separate, then pull me away from him.
Okay, away from Story. Okay, I'm looking at the mechanisms. And the roll mechanism is slightly off center. It's a little, just a couple millimeters above the center position. The pitch one is just about centered. Okay, copy. Roll about 2 millimeters above center, pitch center. You copy, Houston?
Confirm, Tom, we copy.
latch here.
Story Musgrave removing the protective cover off of the pick-off mirror on the end of the new wide field and planetary camera.
Move it down lower.
No, we're doing real fine.
Okay.
Going practice release. Taking the time, getting a light on. One more time. The blind maintains. Are still in. Relatch. Looking good. Look over all this in the line here.
Up, and the light looks fine.
Yeah, let me look at the A-latch. I'm going to look at the threads on A-latch. Okay. Did you check your mechanisms cock, Story? I just cocked them, yes. I pushed on them. All right. Hey, Jeff?
Okay. Are the brakes on, Claude?
Brakes on, Jeff.
Okay, we're holding steady.
Hip pin is pulled. The aperture door opened. Copy. Down on the handle. We're both fired. You can pull it away from me now.
Okay, let's go away from Story, Claude.
Okay, away from Story now. there. Thanks, Tom. Put this mirror cover. Try to hold it back there for me. See that it stays.
Okay, let's get set it up for insertion.
Okay, I put you straight in front of the telescope now, Jeff.
Denver, Houston, we're seeing a camera delta over temp. If you cycle it, please turn it off.
Roger. Well, the mirror's over my shoulder, but I'll be thinking about it, Tom. Okay, Story, we'll keep an eye on it for you, too. Yes. Doing fine. I just won't go back in that envelope.
With the mirror cover removed, they're ready to install the new camera just as they removed the old camera.
Hand temperature done okay, Jeff?
Yep, fine.
Again, Story Musgrave is in the foot restraint on the telescope, and Jeff Hoffman's riding on the end of the robot arm.
No.
Okay, Claude, I think I have to come about 1 foot to the left.
Okay. 1 foot to the left.
And then let's come in towards Story about 3 feet. Back towards Story, aft in the bay.
Okay, aft in the bay. As far as we can see here, you are perfectly centered, but you want to still look
Okay,
good.
now, if it looks good to you, you can see that better than me.
Okay.
So let's come aft.
I'd rather have a little port to help me get on it.
Well, I'll move it to port for you, Story. I want to be centered. Okay?
Okay, good.
That's the way it's
the
going
arm
to be
is
coming.
exactly centered in the bay now.
Okay,
I'm ready.
okay, let's start in.
Okay, I'm moving aft now, Jeff.
About 3 feet.
About 1 inch per second. Bring it over toward me. I'm on it.
Okay?
Keep it coming. We're going in the entrance. Just keep it coming.
This is smooth enough. We're just going to let it come.
Let it
I want it a little higher.
We're in
A little higher, Story. There we go.
Fine. It's a foot and a half in the hole.
Okay, let's just keep it coming. You've got control left and right now.
Yes, I do. Keep it going in.
I'm keeping the top just about an inch below the envelope.
Okay. Got to think about those 4 bolts on the bottom. Yep, they're clear. It's coming. Looking good. I'm on the handrail. How's your left shoulder, Stuart? Okay. I'll go to the outside.
Oop, oop, oop.
Okay.
Let me stabilize it.
Okay.
Hey, how far are we from the rail?
About 6 inches. Let me put my light on it.
Stop the arm. Stop the arm.
Stopping the arm. Okay. A minute an inch.
You're engaged. You ready for me to let go?
Second.
Still holding.
Okay. Let it go inside again.
The additional lighting is supplied by a large flashlight that Tom Akers is shining out the aft flight deck window.
Okay, I'm going to untether. I am untethered. You have the whip stick. Okay, Claude,
The camera is now partially installed, and Jeff Hoffman will untether from the handhold, and Claude Nicollier will maneuver him around to the other side of the camera while Story Musgrave stabilizes it. At this point, Endeavour is approaching the southwestern coast of Central America and will shortly move across the Gulf of Mexico and the southern tip of Florida on the 74th orbit of the mission. Spacewalk now almost 2.5 hours old, scheduled today for a nominal spacewalk of about 6 hours. The crew members are currently almost 40 to 45 minutes ahead of their pre-flight spacewalk checklist.
Let's come further starboard, about 1 more foot.
1 more foot starboard.
Okay, keep coming aft.
Okay.
Keep coming aft. One more foot to go. Keep coming. Okay, stop the arm.
Stop. Check.
Okay. Shit, my side has to come down, sorry. Okay.
Have you got it now?
I have my hand on it. Okay. Where is your side? My rail is too close to me.
Yeah, push it toward me here. Toward me an inch, too.
Okay, right there. Okay, my side is engaged 1 inch.
Okay, I'm in about 1.5 inches.
Okay, let's start coming slowly.
Okay.
Let's, I'm looking at the height, too.
Okay.
So watch the top of your helmet. Lean back a little if you can. There you go. Okay, 6 inches. In about a foot. Like about 6 inches to go. Fingertips. Going in nice. Real nice. All right, stop. Let's just look at the labyrinth seal. My side looks good.
Yeah, mine's beautiful.
Okay. Looks like it's in there. Yeah. Okay. Are you ready for me to let go?
Yes, I have it.
Okay. Very nice. Pull me back, Clark.
Okay, well.
I'm going to get the PO. See? Turn it on. The light comes on.
With the camera now installed, Claude Nicollier will reposition Jeff Hoffman so that he can now completely latch the new instrument into the telescope.
We're going to do the A latch.
The primary latch will be torqued using the power ratchet tool about 15 turns, so we should hear Jeff Hoffman counting as that tool is turning the bolt, locking the camera in place. Once that's done, Story Musgrave will move over to the fine guidance sensor instrument and make sure that the indicator light is on.
About 2 feet.
Down 2 feet.
And then
Once that's done, Jeff Hoffman will then torque the latch even further, firmly seating it in place.
Stop. Stop. Let's bring me up another foot, please. Up a foot. Okay. That's good. Ready, start? Yes. You tell me when you see it moving. Okay?
Jeff, we're on a torque of 2, right?
Yeah, I called that out.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's 2.
And push in while you're doing it, yeah?
I'm trying. Okay. Is it moving? 3. Yes. 4. 5. You know, it's hard to push from this angle. 6. 7. 8. Is it moving? Yes. 9. 6. 10. Feels like it's clicking.
Okay, let me see. No, you got it, Jeff.
You're on. Still moving?
Yeah, you're fine.
No, but I meant the torque limiter popping. Claude, bring me in another foot.
Hit a foot.
It's going 6.5 so far. But, you know, I feel the click, 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 click.
Okay, I'll watch it.
Yeah, it's not turning. I mean, the torque limiter. Stop, Claude.
And Houston, you might be thinking about a higher torque limit setting. Torque limiter's popping on 2 after about 10 turns.
No.
We copy
It was
that.
after about. It was less than. I had gone 6.5, and it was already popping, Tom.
Okay, I just heard you counting. Copy Houston only after about 6.5 when it started popping.
Yeah, we copied 6.5 now.
I will stand by.
Roger.
And you say you think it was going in, Story?
Yes, it's going in.
Okay. Here it is. No question. 2 foot-pounds is not a heck of a lot.
No. And 3/4 of an inch, and it'll be all the way in.
Denver Houston, Jeff is go to increase the torque to 5.
Okay, copy, Jeff.
Okay. And it's 5. Okay, now I'm going to start counting from where I am now, and there's a little bit of uncertainty as to exactly where we are, because I didn't.
Yeah, so we want to go about 9 more turns, Jeff.
Okay. Here goes. And it's turning. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is it going in? Yes, it is. 5. Going in. 7, 8, 9.
Okay, I'll go back. I'll get daylight tonight.
Okay, now I'm going to go to torque of. And I'm going to go to
And Story, it looks like we got about 14 more minutes of darkness. I think this will work out good on the STS store. Copy, Houston.
We do indeed.
Now I'm going to go to a torque of 38.
Copy that.
And we'll go until it stops turning, and then I'll continue manually, and I'll be counting.
Roger, and we'll be picking up from what we think is 15.5.
Important thing is to get some lights out to where the hard stop is.
Roger. So Jeff, why don't you start counting from 1 again, and we're going to have about 7 more turns, and then we'll figure it out from backwards from where you stop and from where Story says mark, okay?
That's good. I'm standing by for your call, Story. power tool stays nicely coiled up. It has enough of a memory that it has not been getting in my way.
Okay.
Can we copy that?
Okay. I've got 2 lights on here. I'm ready to call lights.
Okay, I'm ready to start turning. Starting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Light it. 7, 8. And it stopped at exactly 8.
Okay. The lights are 5.5. We got 2.5 turns after lights down.
Okay, and now I'm going to go manual to torque it.
I agree, George. And now count these turns too, Jeff.
What? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The EVA officer reports that's just as trained. The light should have gone out when they reached about 2.5 turns to go.
Off. Okay.
Now that the primary latch is tightened, Jeff Hoffman will then install a grounding strap. Story Musgrave over at the fine guidance sensor has the door open, and he is watching the indicator lights.
And the torque limiter popped.
So that's 2 3/4 turns from lights to hard stop then. Hey, copy, Story, and you copy, right, Houston?
That is affirmative, Tom. Sounds great.
Good job, guys.
Should I just check this for one more pop?
I think 1 pop's good.
Okay. Oh. That take me up 1 foot.
Top 1 foot, Jeff. And we got a blind mate connector check there, Story, and
Yes, sir.
I'll just come over here and watch. I'll come back. Okay.
That's good.
Stop.
All of the indicator lights illuminated and turned off as they should have during that connection process. With all of the connections completed now on the new wide field and planetary camera, the next step is for the crew members to close out the fine guidance sensor bay and also to await an aliveness test that will be conducted from the Space Telescope Operations Control Center. That aliveness test is to ensure that the electrical connections, the blind mate connector as it's called on the telescope on the wide field planetary camera, is good.
The torque of 10.
Copy that.
Two crew members are remaining about a half an hour or so ahead of their pre-flight training for this task.
When I try to actually pull it all the way to where the torque limiter slips, ground strap so that the metal part of the ground strap comes around and hits a little circular connector. I loosened it a little bit and got it straight. And the question is, do they mind if the ground strap is hitting that circular connector, or should I leave it at a little less than 10 foot-pounds?
We'll check. Stand by. Endeavour Houston, we would like the ground strap secured, not touching the connector.
Copy that.
Yeah. I'm finding if I just tap it a little bit at a time, I can get it to turn. Whoops. Okay, that's...
Might try a torque setting of 5 or so, Jeff. See if it'll twist it.
Go to 5. Clockwise again. I tried to hold it with my finger, but... Okay, it's clicking at 5.
And it's not touching, right?
That's right. Now let me just give it a little tweak at 10 and try to hold it with my finger. It just started to turn. I'm going to stop. The torque limiter did not pop, but it's still well within that little metal plate behind it. It's nowhere near the circular connector. I think we'll call that finished.
Okay, you copy, Houston. It's torqued to 5 plus foot-pounds, not touching the connector.
We copy that, Tom. That sounds good.
Good job, Jeff.
Okay, and I guess we're ready for blind mate. Let me check again. I did set the torque back to 10 after doing that. Okay. Plug, we need to move 3 feet to my left.
3 feet to your left, Jeff.
Endeavour should be moving into daylight in about 5 minutes as it makes its way across the Atlantic Ocean. Jeff Hoffman on the end of the arm, now being maneuvered to make the final connection, the blind mate connection, turning that bolt about 5 turns or so.
Down 2. And Houston, we show about 4 minutes to sunrise. How's our attitude going to be on the STS doors?
Stop.
Endeavour Houston, Tom, we're good on the attitude. You can expect a little bit of a bleak sun on the FGS doors at sunrise. That's okay.
Stop. Hey, Story, you looking?
I am going over there.
I'll wait. You give me a call.
No, you don't have to wait, Jeff.
Okay. You're right, you're right. Okay, here goes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the torque limiter started clicking at about between 5 1/4 and 5 1/2, just like we wanted. Okay? Here's the torque. is good. Great. Well, let's bring me back, please. Away from the telescope. Guess I'm going to close the doors then, huh, Tom?
Sure. Sir, you got a good continuity check, right?
Yep.
Go your right shoulder, store.
What? What'd you say?
Can you see back behind the telescope over your right shoulder?
All right. Oh, yeah. It's a good one. Beautiful. There's a planet down on the horizon, too, wouldn't there? Oh. Is there a satellite coming at us? Look at that satellite down there, Judd. Which direction? Right toward the sunset. See that bright light down there? I think that's, isn't that Venus?
That's Venus, I think, Jeff.
Yeah. Oh, the Earth makes it move that fast. That's right, it's amazing how fast it moves. Okay, let me put my rusty power tool away here. Power tool coming off. PRT coming off, I mean.
We're standing by for your call on the go for the aliveness test.
And you got to go, Houston, for the aliveness test.
Brad, would you take me
Okay,
over
we'll
to
put it
get
in work.
the mirror cover, please?
Say that again, Jeff.
Take me over to get the mirror cover.
Okay, to the mirror cover.
Any further to port? Keep coming. Lovely. Bringing the lights off. Stop the arm.
Lights and visors.
Stop the arm.
Okay.
I'm going to leave your tether for you, right, sorry? Or else you can leave it here and I'll take it when I get the PFR later. Okay? Anyway, I'm leaving the tether on the PFR, Tom.
Say again, Jeff.
I'm leaving the retractable tether storage on the PFR.
Okay. I'll log it.
SGS doors. Port 23PT4. Tighten.
That's affirmed. Torque 23.
Yep. Go to the hard stop.
And we're going to leave the latch, going to start with the latch, right? The handle.
Huh? Uh-huh. Ready to get the handhold.
Okay,
Back to the center. And let's move forward in the bay first.
Okay, forward first.
good forward, and now let's just keep coming to the center.
Jeff Hoffman's now completed the installation and is set to remove the handhold that was attached to the new camera.
That's good, and now aft 1 foot. I'm tethered to the handhold.
Aft 1 foot. Copy.
Stop. Stop.
Story Musgrave is in the process of closing out the fine guidance sensor door that was open to allow him to watch the indicator lights during the installation of the wide field planetary camera.
I'm nervous at the upper left zip nut.
Okay.
So, lower right.
Tom. Yeah, go ahead. Our power tool is dead.
Endeavour Houston, message 40 Alpha is on board. That's a little bit of background on the aft shroud doors. You might want to take a look at that at your convenience.
Roger, Houston. Store, did you cycle both switches, tighten, loosen, and low, high?
I sure did. I've been through every kind of possibility. Let me put one more zip nut so we're holding 2, and I can bring Story my power tool.
Sounds like a good plan. Just went dead all of a sudden, Store?
Yeah, I did the handle bolt, and then I went to the next bolt, and nothing. And I reseated the battery, played with the trigger, went through tight, loose, and all combination of those switches. Away from the telescope quad, forward, and then let's move forward.
Okay, wait. Okay, Store. If you want to, you might go ahead and pull your torque limiter and 6-inch off on a tether, and Jeff will trade tools with you.
Okay.
Story Musgrave reporting his power tool has stopped working. Jeff Hoffman will likely loan his to Story to complete that door closure process.
I've left 2 on.
Good.
I was down to 1, but I put an extra one on.
Okay, good.
All right, stop, Quad. Let me get the tools configured before we come in.
Okay, stop.
Because I want to turn around so I don't have my back to the telescope.
And Store, while you're there looking at that, would you double check that serial number 01 you've got for a power tool?
I usually have 2, but it is serial number 1001.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's move down. Bring me understory.
Okay, understory.
Okay, I'll take yours first, Story, and then I'll hand you mine.
Two astronauts are swapping out power tools. Story Musgraves has stopped working, and Jeff Hoffman's loaning his to Musgrave to allow him to complete closing the fine guidance sensor door. The fine guidance sensor is located in a radial cavity, just as the same size that the wide field and planetary camera is. It's located about a quarter of the way around the telescope from the wide field and planetary camera.
Don't pull harder than it's the battery. Probably want to retab it to the French hook there. Oh, I was going to... Okay.
I wanted to give you the French hook.
Two things.
You got it.
I'm on it.
Here, let's just make sure this works. Yes, it does.
Okay?
Right?
Thank you.
There you go. We got that with a little help from our friends, right?
Yes.
Okay. Glad you could pull me back away from the telescope.
Stay away from telescope.
Let's just come forward a bit.
Okay? Back to the handhold, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to put the tool away here.
Okay. Back to torque. 23. Power tool 4. 8. 9. That one that works again.
Okay. Let's go back in.
Second. At the bottom bowl. Hey, Tom. Yes, sir. Do we go back and retorque these, right? I think that's a good idea, Storm. There.
Stop.
Stop. Still getting about 8 turns on them, Storm? Okay, good job.
I'm tethered to the handhold. I have the last of the zip nuts.
Okay, step plate, I'm going to torque at 10. Roger. And roger, you, Jeff.
Endeavour Houston.
Go ahead.
Have some good news. We had a good aliveness test on Whiff Pick 2.
Hey. All right.
Great. Well, I think we hopefully have a lot of eager astronomers ready to use this beautiful thing. Looking forward to seeing the pictures.
1, 2.
Red, let's move forward.
And as just radioed up by spacecraft communicator and astronaut Greg Harbaugh here in Mission Control, the aliveness test or electrical connection test has been completed and successful on the new camera that the two astronauts have just installed into the Hubble Space Telescope. The handhold's now been detached from the new camera, and the next step is for Jeff Hoffman to take that down to the side of the payload bay.
Handhold position, and I'll put this back.
Okay.
And reinstall that on the side of the payload bay and get ready to put the old wide field planetary camera into the vacated compartment in the orbital replacement unit carrier mounted in front of the telescope.
Call for 2, but I'll give him 4. Yeah, let's put them all back. Three.
So let's go forward and aft. Let's come inboard 1 foot.
2. 2. Okay, inboard 1. 4. 5. 6. Down to
No more inboard.
more inboard, yeah.
You coming? Stop. Now let's come down.
Okay, down now. One, 2, 3, 4. Stop. Thanks.
One foot pin is in. Okay. Both foot pins are in. Both foot pins are in. Untethering.
Copy.
All 4 step plate bolts are torqued to 10. So let's take me up and we'll go over to whiff pick number 1.
Okay.
Get that ready for its ride home.
Copy, Jeff.
Actually, I should say it's right back to Earth. Its real home is up here.
Hey, surveying is seen we're all closed down here, Tom. Okay, copy. Copy, Houston. STS door closed out and scuff plate back in place. All 4 bolts tightened to 10.
We copy that. Boy, you guys are doing great.
Yeah, they're doing super. Guys are looking good out there, too, Store.
Okay, and I'm going to go 90 left for this one.
Yes, sir.
Have you photographed FR31 with a 250 millimeter lens?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
got some settings I want to give you.
Okay, go ahead.
15 left, Nancy, Nancy. Roll is Oscar. Yaw is 12. I'll get the pitch here.
Coming down. Here, let me take a look over at the blind rate connector.
Pitch is hotel, hotel.
Okay, copy. I think what that was, Story, we just had to turn the roll to where we could get more pitch, probably because of suit stiffness.
The tangs are all in. Okay, let me get the mirror cover on. Stop the arm.
Okay, what'd you say pitch was, Story?
Hotel, hotel.
Got it.
Gotta be careful of whip pick down there.
Hey, you better hug FR31 before you leave. That's the last time you're going to get to see it.
Let's bring me out a little bit, please.
Okay, out.
Yeah. I want to get away from this mirror.
Okay, move your address.
I may see it in 1997.
Jeff Hoffman now ready to install the protective cover over the pickoff mirror on the old wide field planetary camera before removing it and installing it in the protective enclosure for the trip home.
There, I've set both of the tangs. Let's come down about 1 foot.
Okay, Jeff. 1 foot.
You guys should open the door and wait till Jeff gets with big one.
Stop.
Stop.
I think you probably go ahead, Story. He's going to be ready in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I was thinking of the clearance back there. Looks okay.
Yeah, I think it clears when it's open.
Yeah. Hard pushing this in. Don't want to hit the mirror.
Want to get a little closer, Jeff?
No.
Jeff, what your helmet there? Would it be better if you were lower?
Well, yeah, okay. Let's bring me in, and I'll stand up more upright.
Oh, I can.
Just bring me further in. This way my helmet will stay further away.
If you want me, I can pitch your body up also if you want.
Bring me in.
I'm doing that now. If you want me to pitch your body up, I can do that too.
Okay. Keep coming in. Stop. Stop.
Stop.
Endeavor Houston, Tom, Story is go to open the R-Sipe door when he's ready.
Okay, thanks, Houston.
Well, I'm trying to decide whether the lights are on or not. Trying to shade them.
Story, I wonder if that switch has to be on back by the soap to get those lights. You know, that work light switch?
We were not aware of that, were we?
No.
No. Once we go in, I'll come up here and do the same thing.
MLI is kind of getting in the way here.
You my buddy be shot, Jeff?
No, I'm okay, Bud.
Okay.
Keep me steady. Think I've got it. Okay.
Hey, Tom. Want me to try that work light switch?
Let me ask Houston. Houston, you think turning the work light switch on
You outboard, Bud.
would
Outboard.
provide power to the R-type
Straight out.
A-latch light?
We're talking about it, Tom. Stand by.
Okay. Copy, store.
Yeah. Keep coming out.
Denver, Houston, Tom, that's a different circuit, so it should not affect it. Would you verify that your light signature was not affected by sunlight?
Yes, Story and Jeff both looked at it. You're pretty positive, Story, they're not on, right?
Best I can tell, I wrapped my hand around it to shade it from sunlight. I still don't think it's on.
Yeah, we've seen them in daylight in the clean room, and it's no lighter out there right now than was in the clean room.
Okay, Tom, we understand. And be advised, we are getting indications on the ground.
Okay. Copy. We'll just make sure we count turns real good then, right, Store?
Yep. And I'll go back and look again carefully.
Okay. And Jeff, just so I don't forget, when we get up to FR26, let's record those settings. And
Okay.
that way we'll have this for future missions.
Denver, Houston, 1 minute to handing down to Diego.
Roger. Jeff, I forgot to ask you, I guess we need to look at the blind mate tank. Can you see them there?
I called that out, I thought, and they all look good.
Okay, thanks.
The blind mate plate in the sight is flat.
Okay,
I know we don't use it, but it's where it belongs.
good. afterwards, or you want to do that now?
Okay. Awful useful work. I'll get them now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we're ready to go back and grab the Wispick 1.
Okay, Jeff.
What do you think, Tom?
Sounds good. And Jeff, I recorded earlier, you said you checked all 4 zip nuts tight, right, on that forward handle?
That's correct.
Okay.
I had 2 before going over the story and then 2 after. They're all tight. A little more forward.
Okay, Jeff.
About 2 feet. That's pretty good. I think I can get it from here.
Jeff Hoffman now ready to pick up the old wide-field planetary camera, which is currently in a temporary fixture on the side of the payload bay. He'll be picking that up, and Claude Nicollier will maneuver him back to the protective enclosure and where that camera will be installed for the return home.
Good job, Story.
I'm tethered to the handle. Here comes Wispick 1.
Story Musgrave at the same time is opening that protective enclosure and ensuring that the door is in a locked open position, ready to accept the old camera.
Oh, it's in there. Okay, I'm going to get ready to spin. Look like our clearance is good. Tom?
Yeah. I'd come on up a little. Yeah, you can spin there. Just don't drop the mirror cover down anymore.
Knife is really clean, Tom.
Copy.
Hey, man. between.
Okay, how's my mirror clearance look on the bottom, Story?
Denver Houston with you on the west. We may have Radicom for the first 10 minutes or so.
Got about a foot from the door there.
Go up a little bit then.
So if you stay forward with it, though, you got bunches of clearance. Start down, Jim.
Okay, well, let's see.
I'll put it right in the hole.
Yeah, let's get our attitude adjusted, Clyde. It looks like in body roll, I have to come to the left.
We're working on that in Vernier. I just don't want to go into corner.
Yeah, I understand. Although, yeah, just stay in Vernier. I'll just wait until we're lined up in attitude before we come down.
Pitch it down just a tad. A little better, Jim.
I want to wait till my body, Clyde, gets my body pitch finished.
Okay. That's good right there.
Okay, the body attitude is good now, Jeff.
Okay. This is the way I'm going to want to hold it, which means that we got to come about, 2 feet. Let's come aft in the bay, 2 feet.
Okay, 2 feet aft in the bay, Jeff.
And also about 6 inches to starboard.
6 to starboard.
I'm on the mirror cover. Copy.
Let's keep coming aft. That's good. That's good left and right. Let's keep coming aft.
Okay.
Okay, I'm ready to start down. Okay, that's good fore and aft. Let's start down.
Stay down now.
Sorry, are you pulling?
Let's guide the mirror.
Just want to know where the forces are coming from. Okay, looking good.
You're looking down the rails, right?
I'm looking down the rails, yeah.
Okay. I would pitch up just a touch. Good.
Denver Houston for somebody in the flight deck.
Pitch up a little, Jim.
Oh, I'm going for rail engage.
I know. You still want to pitch up a little.
We'd like another one of these ESC shots once the whiff pick 1 is installed in the sipe, if you could, please.
Stop the arm, Clyde. Stop.
Stop. Okay, we hear you.
Barry, you get the pitch so it looks good to you now. The rails are engaged. Does that look good?
Let me take a look.
Okay, I can see it looks good from this side.
Yes, it is good.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks to us like a little right roll would help, Jeff. There you go.
Jeff Hoffman and Story Musgrave in the process of installing the old wide-field planetary camera into the protective enclosure. That is an enclosure in front of the telescope. It's part of the complement of protective boxes that make up the orbital replacement unit carrier.
Claude, take me down.
We should be getting some views from Endeavour once again in about 3.5 minutes or so. the orbiter is moving, approaching the western coast of Australia on the latter portions of the 74th orbit of the mission.
Yep. Okay, stop the arm. Stop. Does it feel like the bottom?
It's about right there.
About as far as I can push it.
I guess that's it. I got no way to tell.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks almost exactly like with Pick 2 when you took it out.
You'll hold it down straight?
Okay. I got it. I have it.
Okay, come on. Okay, now for putting it back, again, we want to start with 2, Tom?
That's affirmed.
Torque of 2.
Roger.
Motor. Clockwise. Clockwise. Motor. Cycle it. Okay. That's how the lights have come on it. The lights came on. Go back to A3. Cycle it. The ratchet tool is not turning. Let me also tell you when it's in motor in the central position. I cannot. Oh, there. It was hard to get the ratchet counterclockwise. Let me move it back again into motor. Ooh. Cycle it the other direction to counterclockwise. Ooh. No joy.
Okay.
Troy, can I borrow your power tool?
Well, you got to double check your switch is still on.
Yeah, I checked it again. Let me cycle it one more time. Off, on. Let me put it in mode B, just see if that makes a difference. Yes, it turned. Why should that be?
Try mode A again.
Okay. Go back to mode A, and it turns.
Okay.
Okay, it was locked up somewhere. Okay, and we are A3.
I think we call those transients in the sims, right?
That's a transient, right. Okay, we're motor and clockwise. Let me confirm once more toward 2. Yes. Let me get this out.
Houston, the pictures you asked for from the ESC are on their way around. Let us know if you want to just take a break so you can look at them.
Okay, Sykes. We understand.
Hey, Sharks, stay. Feels like it's in. Okay. Watching for motion. Here it goes. Watch it turn. It's turning. 1, 2, 3. It's moving. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
door?
Yes, it is.
Good.
Those lights are not on.
Roger. And they never were on, right?
No, sir.
Okay, here goes some more. That was 15 turns. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 2, 3, and it stopped about 23 and a quarter. And I'll go manual.
Okay.
Having trouble getting it out of motor again.
Endeavor Houston, we show it latched.
Take it up here.
Okay, copy Houston, thanks.
Got you clockwise. Okay, I'm ready to put 38 foot-pounds on it. And it torque limiter popped with about another third of a turn.
Copy that.
Okay, Story's getting the blind mate connector. I'll put the torque back to 10 and go back to motor mode. Okay, let's come forward in the bay about 2 feet.
And all we got to get is the ground strap now, Jeff.
Yeah. Okay, you see that connector is what we're going to try to keep it away from. Forward in the bay, 2 feet.
Forward 2.
I guess while we're moving, I can take my tether off. This isn't going anywhere except back to Earth. Okay, that's good.
Stop.
Okay, Story, can you try to keep pulling it away from that connector while I turn it?
I am, yes.
Well, you're probably going to have to hold this. There's a lot of torque on it.
Okay. I thought it started down, then I'll reach in.
1, 2, 3. This one isn't turning so much. This one worked okay. No problem with that.
Popped it at 10, did you?
Yep.
Okay.
Torque at 10.
All right.
And about 5 turns, right, Jeff?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're ready to close the door, aren't we?
Yeah, we got to get that handhold off, I think.
Oh, yeah. There's the power off. That's right, I didn't have to untether because the handhold still has to move.
And Houston Endeavor, we still got some cleanup to do, but there's a call out here to tell you the whip pick task is complete.
We copy that. And Endeavor Houston, as soon as they finish stowing whip pick 1, we would like you to initiate a supply water dump using FES. That's Orbit Ops Checklist 5-9.
Okay, we copy Houston. And if they satisfactorily get it stowed, are we going to need to do the 2200 maneuver, or we'll be able to go to the 2300 maneuver?
Stand by, I'll check.
Aft 1 foot. Aft 1 foot, Claude.
Okay.
nuts are secure on the handhold, and we're coming away.
Okay.
Okay, pull me up, Quad. Let's go back to the forward handhold.
Okay, we'll do that.
The aft handhold storage bracket. Okay, we're ready to come down.
Success coming down.
Let's go back to port. There we go. Okay. 1 foot to port.
1 to port.
While Jeff Hoffman stows the protective handle or the handhold that was used on the wide-field planetary camera back on the side of the payload bay, Story Musgrave locks up the protective enclosure that now houses the old wide-field planetary camera.
Outside in.
For the most part, the change-out is complete. They're just doing some final cleanup tasks.
Flight deck, we like your current attitude. No maneuver at 2200 required. We will advise you of your next attitude.
Okay, Houston, copy. No maneuver, 2200. We'll stay like we are till we hear from you.
In the stowed position, you have the top ones outboard.
That's correct, Kevin.
The bottom ones inboard down. The stowed position. The 3 latches on the radio site latched in lock.
Roger that. You copy, Houston. Our site's closed out. All 3 latches made.
Roger that.
I'm not sure if I called it or not, but Jeff did get the other handhold stowed on the forward fixture, and all 4 pit pins are made.
We copy and we watch that, Tom.
Okay.
Take me 1 foot aft, please.
1 foot aft.
Now that this task is complete, the next step is for the crew up on the flight deck to rotate the telescope about 180 degrees or so to get ready for the next task, to change out the magnetometers or the magnetic sensing systems that are located at the top of the telescope.
Here, Tom.
Okay, Story.
The next job is go down and get the magnetometers on.
Yeah, and Jeff got 2 PFRs. Well, you got it sold in the aft fixture there when Jeff gets it.
Okay. Tom, I'm sorry to say that the tether on this foot pin is not long enough to let it come in from the outside.
Okay, the front one did, but that one won't, right?
That's correct.
Okay, I'll take 1 out of 2.
In addition to rotating 180 degrees, the telescope will also be pitched forward about 15 degrees so that the robot arm can reach the top of the telescope.
So with screwdriver, I could loosen the tether.
The task is designed for a 1-person change-out or installation, but both crew members will ride to the top of the telescope on the robot arm.
You want me to clean up that, Jim?
Yeah. Okay, I will. I guess you're going to get the lower.
Yeah, Story, you get the lower and fold in the handhold.
Let's go up and get the PFRs.
Okay, PFRs, Jim.
I cycled all the latches on the axial sight. They're fine.
Copy, Story. Copy, Houston.
Say again, Tom.
Yeah, Story said he cycled all the latches on the A side, no problem.
Okay, we copy that. Thanks.
Hey, Jeff?
Yeah.
Why don't you do that again?
Okay. Go back. You turn around, so give me your right hand. So, turn the other way. Okay?
All right. Yeah.
One sec, guys.
Okay.
Warm my hands up, Jim. That's great.
Okay, guys, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Craig, let's keep it going. Go to the top one first.
I don't think I'll be using this TA.
Okay, the top one first, Jeff. I think you're right, Story.
No. I won't debate where to put it for the whip pick. I'll just hold it up for overnight.
Roger that.
What's our time, Tom?
Say again?
What's our time, PET?
Your PET right now is 3:46 and counting. You guys are doing real good. You're ahead.
Okay, let's see. That's good, Craig. There's a tether hanging on the telescope here that I'm getting. I'm going to attach it to the PFR.
So would you get those lower pip pin, Story, from end to out for me?
I will, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and this one needs to be P, A. I might as well set it now.
Hey, Jeff, hang on. Can we get those settings where they were? And I'll record them for you.
Oh, okay. Oh, boy.
Put it back close to where it looks right.
Okay. First one was Quebec.
Yeah, that's the elevation. That's Quebec,
Right.
Quebec. Right.
And then Oscar.
Copy, Oscar.
And that's the one that I'm doing my best on. Okay, because I moved that.
Okay.
And Bravo, Bravo, 6.
Okay, copy. Looks good, thanks.
And we want Papa Alpha Bravo 4.
Roger.
Okay. 15, is that?
Sir. Yeah, Jeff is right. There's only one side this one can come in.
Okay. Thanks for trying, guys.
I really gave it a good try.
Okay.
Phillips screwdriver and you could rewire it, huh, Story? But, yeah, not worth it. Tonight. Okay, Claude, let's move forward about a foot and then down 6 feet.
Forward a foot and down 6 feet.
Forward, outboard.
Okay, forward and down.
Okay, my lights are on.
Store, you can check the zip nuts if you want to, but Jeff said they were tight.
Okay.
And Houston, Endeavor.
Happy arm.
Denver, Houston, go ahead.
Yeah, Greg, we're going to have a go to pivot and rotate as soon as Jeff has this last PFR off and is clear.
You are correct, sir.
Thank you, KT will do it.
They stop. Now inboard 1 foot.
Board 1.
Inboard.
Roger, inboard, Jeff.
Starboard. Stop.
Have to work real hard to get the stow-lock pin in.
Okay, Store.
Just jiggling and pushing hard. There we go. That will not be. It's not easy. Okay, the upper one's outboard the end.
Roger that. The upper once it's stowed, right?
Yeah, the stow-lock pins are in.
Copy.
out the way you want it, except for that one.
All right, that's good.
Not, yeah, I got this other one up, this other upper one to get outboard here.
Why don't you look at that aft lower one now and look like I can get it without deploying the handhold, the fixed trimming.
I'll go down and check it out.
And then while you're down there, if you want to cycle the D-latch door on the A side, that's another CoStar easy task, and then we'll look at MSSs, I guess.
There I have tethers on the extension and the PFR. Only the pit pin. Okay, the whole thing is free. And Claude, we're ready to come down to the
To Bay 10?
to Bay 10.
Okay, take you there.
And for this one, you want to be going 90 left, right?
That's correct, sir.
Hey, Tom,
After that.
that's not going to be nice either. I think what you're going to want to do is get the one in, the forward inside one, swing up top, and you're going to want to partially deploy to get the lower aft one.
Okay, copy, Story, thanks.
Okay.
The HST's rotating, guys.
Great. Jeff, you want me to take one of those?
Oh, I'm so close, Story. I'll just put it in.
All right.
Let's come 2 feet, 3 feet forward.
Sure you
3
do.
feet forward. I'll put it in, and then you can get the latch, and then I'll give you the extension.
Okay.
Okay?
Anyone to go forward, Jeff?
Yes, please.
Okay. How about the height over the bay? Is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay.
Stop the arc.
Stop.
I'll open it up, Jeff.
Okay?
Open.
Ready?
I'd push it, I'd swing it down a little harder. Okay?
Okay?
Locked.
Look at that. The hitch pin caught on the door, Story.
Yeah.
That's the second time the hitch pin has gotten our way today.
Here's the third.
The third, okay.
There.
Got that. Okay, now, this tether, one of these tethers is actually yours. You want it back?
Sure.
Okay.
I'll take it right there.
astronauts Jeff Hoffman and Story Musgrave are currently stowing the portable foot restraints that were used for the change out of the wide field and planetary camera.
Get me a little clear of the shuttle. I'm going to turn around and get the other PFR.
Okay.
Want me to meet you over there, Jeff?
Okay.
While the crew members move away from the telescope is now being rotated 180 degrees to support the next task.
Okay.
Once rotated to the proper position, it will be tilted forward about 15 degrees
3 feet out.
so that the robot arm can reach the top of the telescope with the two crew members
3 out.
to install the new magnetic sensing systems, or the magnetometers, which help the telescope sense the direction of the Earth's magnetic field. These are designed to be bolted directly on top of the existing units, and the electrical cables simply removed from the old unit and reattached to the new unit.
Maybe keep coming out about 2 more feet.
Okay.
The crew remains about an hour ahead of the timeline at this point.
Store.
Stop. Inboard now. To starboard.
Inboard. I think you're down some. Your fuse to the telescope will...
Two crew members have now been outside the shuttle for about 4 hours and 1 minute.
No, is that what you're back there with Jeff? I can't see you, Store. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm just gonna latch the PFR in. The STS here.
Okay. And you can start working on MSSs when you want to, Store.
Okay. Yeah, I'll get the launch here. Open.
Here we go. Stop, Claude. Stop.
Good. Stop.
Okay, in the scissors.
While the crew rotates the telescope to the proper position, the Space Telescope Operations Control Center reports that the magnetometers are ready to be configured for the installation.
Okay, you got the FSS PFR stowed, you got the Bay 10 PFR stowed, and the extender stowed, right?
Correct.
Nope, you can come forward and Story will be handing you up MSSs. I don't think you can reach that B-latch cover on the A side, can you?
It's not worth it.
Okay.
I probably could, but it's not worth it.
I'll tell you what you can do, Jeff. Story's gonna... Well, you may need to hold Story's feet, right? So you might ought to get in position for that.
Well, I'll tell you what, Claude, let's pull me away. I want to do a little tool reconfiguration and get ready for magnetometers. That's what I really ought to do now.
Yeah. I'm at the B-latch, Tom. You want something down here?
Yeah, let's go ahead and get started on MSS Story.
Yeah.
Endeavour Houston, MSS-1 is ready for you.
Okay, copy, Greg. Thanks. Copy, Story and Jeff.
Yeah. Guess you better get on with it.
Well, I just want to be far enough away from anything that I can do my tool reconfiguration.
Okay, Jeff. And to pick up the MSSs, you can go back to MFI yourself.
Yeah, but I'm going to be working on the boards for a while now and getting the magnetometer tools ready.
Okay.
The 180-degree rotation of the telescope takes about 12 minutes or so, and they should be about halfway through that rotation.
At the cover, man. Huh?
Say again, Stuart?
Got the cover undone.
Okay.
Hopefully the bolts on the MSS latches are torque 10.
That's affirmative. So, Jess, I'm going to hand over to Sox now for a while.
Very good. All fulfilled.
Thanks.
CP3.
Roger.
Starting on the inboard ones.
Roger.
5 turns right.
That's affirmative.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the upper one.
I heard it.
There was DT noise.
Roger.
At the bottom inboard handle.
Roger. How was it?
Very nice.
Okay.
Very nice. I got the top.
Okay.
I'm taking my torque limiter and short extension off the TRT just to clean things up a bit.
Okay.
Won't need that anymore today.
I got the 2 upper ones.
Okay.
That does not sound good, does it?
Denver, Houston, if you check camera Bravo, we see a bright spot on the image.
I'm sorry for the noise. The PT. I didn't bother to fold that blanket back. I'm just working underneath it. Okay.
Say again.
All right, Jeff.
Telescope now has been rotated to the proper position. The next step is to tilt the telescope forward slightly, about 15 degrees or so. This will allow easy access by the robot arm with the two astronauts on the end of it as it moves up to the top of the telescope where the two magnetometers are located. Each of these replacement units weighs about 15 pounds.
Listed around the MFR, but you're going to be taking that in a minute anyway, so I'm not going to wait. Okay. If you bring me over to Doyle, I'll get magnetometer number 1. We have to go aft, Claude.
And say again what you need there, Jeff.
Oh, fuck, sorry. Aft, about 4 feet.
Okay, aft 4.
We have to get behind the aft handhold.
Okay, okay.
The telescope's now being tilted forward slightly.
Okay, inboard now to starboard.
Okay, coming in.
Denver, Houston, Tom, we did not copy stories last.
Okay, what'd you say, Story? I got one magnetometer off here.
And Zach, you're going to have to get me down underneath the telescope here. I guess you can see it as well as I.
Yeah, okay. I'll just wait for your call for you. I'll take you there.
Yeah, I can't see above me, so you have to keep me clear.
Yeah, okay. And Houston, bring you up to the
right side of the crate.
Both TFRs from WIFPIC are stowed, and the aft fixture stowed, and the handhold all bit pin checked. All WIFPIC actions complete, and Jeff is going down now to pick up MSS1 from Story.
Here I am, Story.
Okay, Tom, we copy all. Thanks for the update.
Good. How far is it to the telescope from you?
Doc, I cannot see above me, Doc.
Can you look to your right? And just tell me the distance there.
It's about 1 foot.
Okay, that's
But
good.
I think this is good. I think I can get it.
Okay. I'm going to come up to you.
Pilot Ken Bowersox is now operating the robot arm of Endeavour for this task.
I got lost.
Down there, too. You were upside down, I'll bet.
I was. You ended up MSS that store?
Yes.
Okay. Got to take them both. It doesn't matter. Right?
Story Musgrave is retrieving the magnetometers from the protective enclosure and handing those to Jeff Hoffman on the end of the arm while the telescope is being tilted forward.
Story. Doc, let's take me out of here
Okay.
so I can put this in a safe position since we're not going to be using it for a bit.
All right.
It's just far enough so that I can start spinning around.
Okay, I got to reconfigure the wrist anyway.
Okay.
Looks like a mighty clear night in Houston.
Covey, we copied your last. I understand that it's clear out there. We have no eyewitnesses.
Looks like the whole southeast over here is clear. It is just spectacular. Oh, yeah.
Well, we had a cold front come through, and it really cleaned things out. It's nice and cool out there.
Yeah, looks like it.
Endeavour is presently moving across the Gulf of Mexico on the 75th orbit of the mission.
You dropped out, KT. Endeavour Houston, KT, you dropped out.
So the rotation and the pivot is complete.
Okay, we copy. Thanks.
Four hours and 15 minutes into the spacewalk, the two crew members are preparing now to move up to the top of the telescope. Telescope has been rotated and tilted forward slightly to support the robot arm reaching the top of the telescope where the magnetic sensing systems are located. Ken Bowersox, the pilot aboard the vehicle, is currently operating the robot arm. Typically throughout the spacewalks, he and Claude Nicollier have been taking turns for the different tasks in operating the robot arm.
Wait a minute, I'm trying to get this first one secure. It doesn't go flopping around.
Hey, guys, if you get a chance, you ought to look down. Okay. Up to you. You look straight up, Jeff?
Yeah, what is that? Beautiful.
Lord, look at the shape of it.
Wow. Oh my goodness. There's the Cape. Left there 5 days ago.
Endeavour Houston.
Go ahead.
Two items for you. First of all, we would like you to maneuver to the attitude called out at 23 hours even. That's target 2, body vector 3, Omicron 82. And that'll be your overnight attitude. That'll give us good TV. Also, the plan is after the completion of the magnetometer task, we'll pick up some of the easy tasks and once again declare victory and call it a day.
Okay, copy that. And I guess we'll stick with the sequence of CoStar. I guess you copied the story, got the A-side latches. We get the B-latch door and then look at coprocessor handles. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay.
That call up to the crew
Ready to go in.
Okay.
from Greg Harbaugh here in Mission Control, telling the crew the plan for the rest of the day. Once the magnetometer change out or installation is completed, the crew will be doing some of what's called easy tasks associated with getting ready for future spacewalks, the ones tomorrow and the next day.
Rotate over to the right, I'll give it to you.
As the battle cry for the team and the crew called Useful work. That's gives them an opportunity to get ahead of the game in terms of preparing for the spacewalks tomorrow and the next day.
Sir, and I'll hold on to this baby.
Okay. Number one. I gotta get down and close out the blanket down there.
Okay.
You know, I'm gonna quickly do the B-latch door while I'm right there.
Say again, store.
You don't want me to do the B-latch door while I'm right here?
Nah, why don't we wait and you get it when... Are you getting the MLI cover now?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Yeah, you can get it while you're there if you want to.
Okay.
Jeff's still reconfiguring there.
And, know what I'm supposed to do with it? Just cycle it once?
Yeah, just open it and make sure it opens easily and put it back.
Okay. The Be Ready lights are on as expected.
You say it is on, huh?
Yes, sir. As we expected, they're on.
Okay, copy.
AC seated are off, of course.
Good.
Yeah, I'm all configured here.
Hey, be like to close down. Get the blanket down there. Hook them up, time each other off.
Oh, I see the dawn coming underneath my feet.
Okay, the blanket's closed down.
Copy that. problem with the B-latch door, right?
No, sir. No. When you come do it, the Velcro does not flip all the way back. It's attached to the door.
Yeah, we found that out at CEIT. It's a little different than the water, right?
Yeah. All right, Jeff, where do you want me to climb aboard?
Well, I get behind me.
I'll come over there.
You have to come and get my tether under here.
I'll come over there and get it.
Okay. Doc, if you can come in just a little bit closer.
Sure will.
You see where the magnetometers are. You just have to stay clear of them and behind me.
Okay.
We'll be in great shape, and here comes the sun. See what you're doing here. You can just take your reel off. I'll grab it. Oh, well, let's see. Right there on your right. Just going to come onto my reel. And that's right here. Turned around a little bit. And you see how it's got spun around. Just let it go and it'll come back. It'll come right around you. Well, it'll be all right. Just let it go. I'm going to spin around.
No, it'll get away from you.
You got it now?
Sure. Can't see it, Jeff.
Let's get Sox to drive Jeff over closer to you. Now we'll move the inboard some, Jeff.
There we go. Okay, we're on. Hop aboard. Okay, we got
That goes to the RMS, right?
that goes to the RMS. Now, it'd be nice actually if you were on the other side of it. Let's redo that one more time. You see what I mean?
Yes, I do.
Both of the magnetometers of the magnetic sensing system units are now mounted on the manipulator foot restraint that Jeff Hoffman is riding on, which is attached to the end of the robot arm.
Good. There we go. Now you'll be clean. And I'll be clean when you finish. Okay, now I'm still tethered by the yaw tether.
Yes, sir.
And you're tethered onto the RMS. Watch your feet. Tell you what would help, Sox. Some end effector rolls to pull the stanchion up and away so Story can jump right on the arm.
Okay, Jeff, I got that in work.
And then we can actually, you want us to just follow you across there and you can hop on the starboard side?
Store, you can just tether your safety tether there anywhere, can't you?
Sure. I'll just, right here, I'll put it on whip pick.
That sounds good. Then you can get right off there.
Yeah, the arm doesn't have to come down so far.
That's the best.
And the whip pick handhold, right?
Yeah.
We don't want Sue concerned here, right?
Fine.
been running full hot for quite a while, but I think we're going to be in the sun now, so I'm going to get a little bit of cooling. I'm at a cooling of 3 now.
Copy, cooling 3.
Watch your feet, Story. Okay, now if you can climb up, back to Story to get under it.
Down.
What?
My feet have been right down.
I guess you can jump on right here. Okay, Fox, let's go up. Story, you want to... Wait a minute, you want to come around the other side once we get up. I'll tell you when we're clear. Let's go up. Up, down. Welcome aboard, Story.
Hey.
Can you come around the front? I guess you're okay with it, Senator. It's just wrapped underneath. That's not a big deal.
Endeavour Houston, recommend payload ID 5 for 2 people on the arm.
Okay, thanks, Greg.
Oh, my.
But don't forget, Sarge, I'm afraid of heights.
You're right now, Story.
I don't know which is further away, the Earth or the orbiter.
Camera's jammed, Story.
What?
The Nikon is not taking pictures.
Got some time here. I'll check it out, check. Workstation off and, down.
Those only, 23 shots. Oh, wait a minute. what it is. You know, it's a little counter on the back. It'd run out. That all the time. Forget about that using the F4.
We're going to work right now, right, on the magnetometer?
We are indeed.
Okay.
Jeff Hoffman and Story Musgrave now positioned near the top of the telescope, being driven up there on the end of the robot arm by pilot Ken Bowersox, and they're in place and ready to begin change out or installation of the new magnetic sensing systems.
Right over the telescope. Okay, let's come in towards the telescope.
Coming in.
And the first thing is to get the MLI off, and I have a tether here for it.
This procedure is scheduled in the timeline anyway to take about an hour from start to finish.
We have about 2 more feet to go, Doc.
Okay, you happy with your attitude?
Sure. I have a great attitude up here.
I bet you do. Let me go out your arm here, too.
Right? Let me hold on here for extra support. Right? There you are. I'm going to hold off until you're happy. Right?
Not close enough?
That should be good. Let's stop it there.
Stop it.
Tell you what, take me a little bit in this direction.
Okay.
That's good.
Stop it.
Okay. You look nice and stable, Story.
Very stable. Putting the hands in the way the guy never got near it.
Yep.
Truck was really intact, isn't it? It is. And the line's intact, too. It's in very good condition.
I don't even think I have to.
You want to put a tether on it?
Oops. Get this free here.
I'll work on the bottom. There.
We're going to try to put this directly in the trash bag. There's a tether on it. That's much harder to do than in the
All the thermistors look good on this one, Tom. Okay. So we'll take a good look at this one to compare with MSS2.
I have a tether on it. Now let me try to stash it away. May be more difficult than in the water. This MLI is pretty tough.
Okay. And it's the top connector that goes to the telescope, of course. Top one we're going to take off. Roger that. And you can trace it also, right? Yes, sir. I can see it. The bottom one goes to the sensor.
That's going. Okay.
Hey, Jeff? Yeah. Thinking ahead a minute here. If we get to coprocessor easy task,
Yeah.
if we put that in that trash bag, I guess we could pick another trash bag up at the PSA, right? Probably don't want to use that one.
One piece tore off, Tom.
Okay, we see it.
But it's going away.
Okay. Square, Houston of MLI.
This is the one we're going to take off, Story. Yes, sir. Oh, there's another
We copy that, Tom.
on my thumb. I'll try to get that.
Here's the top one, and it does go to the telescope.
The MLI referred to as a small piece of multi-layer insulation that's being removed from the
MLI in the trash bag.
magnetometer. This is part of the task to remove this insulation to help in the installation of the new magnetic sensing system, and a small piece did get away, and that's what was reported as floating away off the left side of the orbiter.
A lot of memory in that wire. Looking at these wires, they look just like that picture. We will be careful of them. Yeah. Roger. Okay, now when we actually put it on, Story, I'm going to be a little bit further in that direction. Okay? Let me pull me away a little bit so I can spin around and get the magnetometer.
I got a whole bunch of MLI to push back over here to get the clamps on.
Okay, stop, Sox.
The MLI covers the thing that we clamped to, Tom.
Copy that. Those wires on the right side where it clamps, are they going to be clear, Jeff?
I'll tell you in a minute.
Okay. Good case, are you going to be able to push it in, Story, and keep it clear?
Yes, I will.
Okay.
Endeavor Houston, message 41 Alpha. It's EMU comm troubleshooting is on board. You might want to take a look at that post DVA. We'll talk about it.
Okay, Brad, we'll do that.
It looks like they're in soft dock, Story. Okay. Now, I see one problem we're going to...
Those two wires we got to think about there.
Yeah. But also, we're going to have to keep this clear and underneath, otherwise we're never going to get to it.
I can do that.
You're going to do that.
Yeah.
Is there any... We could put a tether on that if you're not happy, if you want both hands. What do you think?
I'll just put it down here, maybe.
Or will it... You don't want to bend it too much. Go further down the vertical.
I'm not going to bend it.
Got a lot of memory.
That'll be outside the hole.
Okay? Yeah.
No trouble getting the connector off, Jeff?
No. I think those are okay, Story. It should come in here. What do you think?
Let me look at the bottom of the magnetometer. That right? Let me see. Okay, that rides right on. We got to go on the inside of that, don't we? We'd have to position it to come inside those wires.
Let's just take a look. It looks fine.
Okay, good.
Okay, now you get your side.
Okay. Now, let me work the Velcro here.
Okay. Let me keep this down and clear.
Let me work the Velcro.
Endeavor is just crossing the coastline of Africa, halfway through the 75th orbit of the mission.
Now, okay. Just a second. North foot back here. Okay, I'm checking.
Now, wait a minute. Before we actually go in, Sox, can you drive me a little closer?
Sure can. Here you go, Jeff.
Let's wait a minute, Story. I want to get in.
There's one piece of Velcro I'm worried about.
Okay, stop.
go check this one piece that was starting to tuck. Okay, I'm ready. Are we on from your vantage? I think we're on.
The top one is on. I'll have a look at the bottom for a minute. It didn't click, but the bottom, the other one is on.
Yes. Now, I don't, and look my way. See that I'm on.
Let's see. I'll get the top one, Story.
Yeah, I can get them. I just want to, are we on? Because I can't see that sign.
The top one is not on.
Okay, now push. How about now?
Well, it's out. It's not going in. We're going to have to turn it in.
Okay.
So I push it in. You turn it.
How's it going?
It's going.
Hey.
No.
Want me to back it off?
Yeah, it's pressing on something. It's not coming down.
Oh. Is it clear to come down if I turn it?
Let's take a look before we try to force it in.
I'm not forcing it. Want me to back off?
Yes, let's back off. Okay, let's remove it and get everything back into soft dock. And you take a look on the bottom.
Okay, I want to look at something. Let me look at something, Jeff. Okay? I got to come up and look at something. I take the magnetometer off. Fuse wire.
Yeah.
That upper wire. I got to see what it's doing.
So wait a minute. This lower one is
Okay.
Okay.
Let me see how that, if that wire's interference up above. See the clamp. It goes down. Yeah, we're trying to clamp. See. I got to move this wire here. See that wire? Got to move this wire right here. I see it. That was sitting. I see it. Don't want to move it, but I have to move it. The upper left, Tom, there's a wire sitting right on top where the clamp goes. Okay, Storer, we've got our picture out here. Look. Okay. Try that.
That ought to go. Let me get back into soft dock.
I can just turn it while you hold it.
Okay.
You got enough play in the wire to move it a little, huh?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Take a look at it. It was right. You see that bolt, Tom? You see the bolt that holds the bracket?
Yep.
The wire was on top of that bolt.
Okay, that's when it's coming out from under the old MLI, right, that you took off?
Yes.
Okay.
One of the wires that goes to the right-hand set of thermistors.
Okay, roger, I see it here in the picture.
The replacement magnetometers each have 4 turn knobs to lock them in place over the top of the existing magnetometers.
Wait. I'm not clear. It's belt with the M. Okay. MLI is not clear. There, we had it. Okay, no, I got another.
Denver, Houston for Tom.
Here.
Go ahead.
Just a reminder that if you can only mate 3 of the 4 knobs, that's okay.
Copy, Story.
Okay.
For you guys on the ground, we're looking at P16-247 picture, and the upper left clamp where it goes on. You can see that small wire wrapped in MLI that comes out from under the old MLI that was on the electronics unit and comes just across where the clamp goes on there at the upper top.
Okay, we copy, Tom. We'll dig out the photo.
moved it about half an inch, and that made the difference.
Okay, good job, Store. You got them all on now?
Yeah, we're turning them now.
Okay, copy Houston. We got all 4 on.
Okay, great, thanks.
Calibrated fingers, right, Story?
Calibrated 5 foot-pounds.
Roger, and the MLI went down over the electronic unit. Good, great.
Yeah, I watched it go.
It went on beautifully.
But I had to manage it, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Started to tuck.
Really good having you here.
Well, I spotted that wire. That wire would have been blind to you.
Absolutely.
No way from your vantage point in the center that you could have spotted it.
That should actually tuck underneath. The Velcro isn't attached there. Cox, can you bring me in a little bit?
Sure.
It can't tuck underneath. There's a plate there. There's a plate that sticks up.
How about the way I remember it was underneath that plate, there was the Velcro.
Yeah. Well, on the telescope, but it doesn't tuck underneath the box. You want to look at it? I'll back off. I'll back off and you look at it.
Okay.
Not like the Mako. See that little plate there? There's nowhere to go but
Yeah, you're right. Right there. That's all the Velcro there is.
That's all there is.
Okay. Now, Fox, if you'll bring me down a little bit, I'll try to get this connector.
Okay, coming down a little.
Oh, boy. Where'd it go? Oh, Story. Oh, there it is.
Good. Yeah.
Okay.
Got some memory to it.
Yeah. Now, it's...
And do you want to untether? You want me to untether you?
on the magnetometer. Good idea. It's not going anywhere.
I think you probably got a better hand than I
Let me
do,
do it.
Jeff.
Denver, Houston, we're seeing camera Delta getting a little bit too hot. If you'd power it off, please.
Okay, Fox, in 1 foot towards the telescope.
In one.
And then, I don't know whether I'm looking forward or starboard here to the port.
Okay.
About a foot. Oh boy, you know, when we turn this up, Story, it's 180 out.
Stop. Yeah, the clocking is. That's going to make it tough.
Stop, Fox. Well, let's see. If I bend it, that's if I bend it this way. If I bend it this way, we'll be okay. I think.
The connector memory makes it not want to clock right. Is that what?
Well, the way it ends up clocking is going to depend on how I bend it, and I'm bending it so it will clock all right.
Okay, copy.
You want me to steady you, Jeff, or you all set? I'll try to hold you.
Copy you.
We copy, Tom.
Okay, let me get Sandwich position here. Connector tool wouldn't do anything here, would it, Story?
But what is that? Just a collar?
That's a collar.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. All it'll do is work on the collar. Now, do you want to get the connector and I'll do the collar after you get in?
Okay. turn, not just at the top. Here. Put a little T-twist in the wire.
Yeah, exactly. And you'll have to overshoot a little, and then maybe it'll hold. You know what I mean? Yeah. Overshoot in the direction you want to go. Maybe it'll hold.
Not quite there.
Maybe, can you get a little more wire to that wire? Really is a tough job.
Yeah, let's just wait a minute.
Yeah, it's a tough job. Can you get any more wire through that clamp? No,
I don't want to pull on it.
okay.
There we go.
Outstanding. Good job, Jeff.
All right.
All right.
Copy, you got the connector on, right?
Yeah, it goes on.
Copy, Houston.
Houston copies. Well done.
Yeah, more cooling.
Yeah.
Okay, and Houston, hey, Story, you guys are ready for an aliveness test on that one, right?
Yep, we got 4 at 5 foot-pounds. We got the MLI all around. Got the connection made.
And Tom, we are putting the aliveness test in work. If you concur.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, we concur, right, Story?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll do it.
The first magnetometer's been installed,
Hang on, sit back there.
and the
You want? Okay.
go has been given to the Space Telescope Operations Control Center to do an aliveness test on that first unit. That, again, is a test to verify the electrical path to the new magnetic sensing system.
I don't want to bump it. No, I didn't. Oh, I said I don't want to bump it. Oh. Very straight. Put your visor up.
Denver, Houston, when Story has a second, we'd appreciate a couple words on the wire that interfered during the clamping, and also the state of the MLI. If you could give us a little summary when you have a chance. No rush.
Story?
The state of the MLI, the magnetometer MLI.
That's affirmative.
It's very good. The box is totally covered. I'll go 360 all the way around.
And Endeavor, about 30 seconds to handing down to Diego.
We just moved that wire a half an inch.
Pat, take me up about 2 feet.
The wire, the upper left, it ran across the top of the bolt that the magnetometer comes down on top of in the vicinity of the clamp. We just moved that wire a half an inch.
Okay, Story, that sounds good. Thanks.
And the wire's all covered with silver MLI, as you know.
This is a view from the camcorder being shot out the flight deck window as the crew completes the first installation of the magnetic sensing system.
Endeavor, Houston with you through Diego.
Faces window down there. Whoop.
The communications signal's been handed down from the satellite down to the ground station at Diego Garcia.
I'll get to the Hasselblad in a minute. Okay. Shooting at 1,000. Good focus there, Jeff. I don't have the hand to do it, but it's still good. Let me go to infinity and catch the folks down below. Yes, we're already at infinity. There's a lot of depth of field on that lens, Gary. Got the sun in the wrong place. We're looking at him. Red Sox, I see. Port window. Sunglasses.
You guys ready to head out over there?
And I just won. I think the camera hung up again.
Hey guys, we'd like to have you over there in about 5 minutes if we could.
Okay, let's go. Hey, sorry you gotta jump back on. All right. I'll hand you the camera and done. Okay. Got it. Back, let's come down a little bit and back into story.
Okay. Down in about 5 minutes.
Ready to jump on story?
Yeah, good.
Let's go. You got me? I got you. Okay, wait. Hang on till I got till I'm on. Take her away, Sox. There, I'm on.
Okay.
I think we've used all the film. That's what. Okay. You think you got any?
I know I got some of you.
Okay.
Got about 3.
Good.
Okay, once you guys, we're going to hold you there for a sec. We'll give you a call when we start moving you again, okay?
Denver Houston handing up to the west.
Roger.
Ready for jumping story? Okay.
Benson Hasselblad of the cabin.
I did before, yeah, but the lighting has never been ideal for that.
No, it's not. That story.
Break in.
You bet we do.
I hope that magnetometer works, Dave.
I hope it does. Guys want to look this way? Okay, we're moving.
That's your IMAX?
Right there, elbow camera's got a good view.
I think we have a good view, Story.
Here, guys, I'm going to pass you back over to Claude here.
Thanks for the ride, Sox.
Sure.
Been a great one.
You look good up there.
Want me to hold you, Story?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay. Just tell me where to point you.
On Infinity 5-6.
Right now it's set for sunny 16, and I've just been bracketing all the pictures I've taken.
See? Back to the engine.
Gonna try to get him back in the cabin?
Yeah. Oh.
Hi, guys.
Got him.
Yeah, I got you.
Telescope's probably too bright, isn't it?
Well, just bracket. Watch the magnetometer up here. Okay, I've got it down out of the way.
Take some more, Store.
Okay. You can see right down to the engine bells.
Sun's really getting tough.
Yeah.
I'll swing around here.
Gonna come around the other side?
Yeah, I'll see about
Try taking the picture down toward the back of the shuttle, Story. Let me turn you around.
I'll go around this side.
Okay?
Endeavour Houston, some words on magnetometer number 1.
Go ahead.
The functional test was successful. It's 100%. One note for you, that wire that you had to move out of the way, it was to provide temperature input, and that is also functional, so no problem there. And they are in the process of powering down the second magnetometer. Good work.
All right.
Okay, we'll stand by for your go.
We'll have it for you shortly.
Copy.
Endeavour Houston, your go for magnetometer number 2.
Okay, you guys copy?
Yep.
Okay, I'm heading over there. Gonna button it up, Jeff.
Okay.
Those words from Greg Harbaugh here in Mission Control. The change out of the first magnetometer was successful. The aliveness test, or the electrical test from from the Goddard Space Flight Center was successful as well. That new magnetometer is healthy. The small wire that Story Musgrave moved out of the way for one of the attach bolts reports was used to provide temperature indications, and that was seen on the ground to be still working properly, so there was no problem with moving that wire out of the way by half an inch or so. And the process, the Space Telescope Operations Control Center has powered down the second magnetometer. The crew's been given a go to change or to install the new or the second magnetometer as well.
What's the antenna behind you? I know you're wrapping around me again. Do you want to go down and around, Story, and unwrap the tether? I think it's okay. I think so. I think so too. You want me to? No. I really know where it is. Okay. I want to leave the magnetometer on the back until we get these wires checked out. Okay. And Story,
Looks like Story needs to come around the front of Jeff there. Hard to tell.
well, the tether is wrapped around the front of me. Does that bother anyone?
No, it doesn't bother me as long as you guys are okay.
We're okay.
All right.
Well, since I didn't need the connector tool last time, I think I'm going to take it off me and bet on the chrome, and we can get it back if we need it. Okay? I'll put it over here.
Drive me over and put me in the scuff plate there. I'll crawl over your arm to it.
What do you want, Story?
I'll get my legs around the scuff plate.
What can I do to help?
Now let's just go get over there and see.
Over there. Okay, hold on. I'll pull you around.
Houston, check hot mic.
Are you over here? See the scuff plate?
Oh. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I was turned upside down, too.
Where am I?
I'll hold you.
Just lean toward the telescope a little bit. Clyde.
Okay, toward the telescope now.
Got 3 feet to go. A little bit aft, too. Can you go aft, Claude? Maybe you can't.
Yes, I can go somewhere that. I'd have to change attitude some.
Go aft and up a little bit now. That's good now. A little bit aft and up.
Okay, now toward the telescope.
No, aft and up.
Up and up, okay.
Yeah.
I've got your hand, Story.
Yeah. Keep going up on. Can you go aft?
close to the reach limit for the airboat.
Okay. See if I can help you. Doing fine. Okay. I'm there. That's it. Let me get this rotated out of the way.
Good okay, story now?
Yes, I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay.
We're going to take you off the MLI. Whipping on the inside.
Hard to get there, isn't it?
Put it tether on it. There, I have it tethered. Get that up there, sure.
Having a hard time. You try that upper one there.
Let's see if it's ripped. Little stuff here.
Kind of coming apart.
So, do we have the low? Let's get the lower one first.
Okay.
Take it easy. Okay, move back and
Well, let's look at those wires.
you don't see anything obvious, do you?
No, I don't.
You have a close look while I step this away.
They're right, just according to Tom's picture.
Yep, and the one that's failed is the one on the left, right?
Okay. There's a piece. Couple feet per second there.
I do not see anything that one could interpret as a short. It all looks normal.
Okay. Yep, no broken wires, right?
No, none.
Copy, Houston.
Without touching
We
them, there's
copy.
good insulation on them. Good insulation on them.
Okay.
Got the same interference. Got a
tuck back the MLI to get underneath the bracket we're going to clamp to.
Okay, you trace the wires from each thermostat and heater strip, right?
Yep, each one.
Okie doke. Got any other words for us, Houston, on what to look for there?
Say again, Tom. I'm not sure we understand what you're looking for.
Okay, on MSS2, they wanted us to look for a broken wire. The primary heater has failed, and we've looked at all the wires that go to both thermostats and the heater strip, and just wonder if there's anything else, any other ideas of what you'd want us to look for while we've got the MLI off.
We'll check, Tom.
Okay.
Meanwhile, let me try to get the connector off.
Okay. We may have a little interference. See this guy here?
Yeah.
We just need to move him a little bit.
Well, I think he'll fit underneath it, Story.
Okay. Okay.
Let's not move it if we don't have to.
Great. Bottom connector, and it's verified it's going to the telescope.
Roger, good.
Denver, Houston, Tom. Nothing else to look for on the broken wire. You go to just press on.
Okay, thanks, Greg. Copy, Story and Jeff.
Okay. Hey, let me spin around and get the magnetometer.
Before the crew installs a second magnetometer, one of the things that they were asked to look at is to see if there were any broken wires to the existing magnetometer, as one of the heaters had failed, and the thinking was that a wire may have come loose or broken, and the crew reported they did not see any loose wires.
You guys can see it's going to get dark in a minute.
So they've been given a go to proceed with installation of the second magnetometer. Again, this unit is bolted directly on top of the existing magnetometer, simply by attaching the unit, holding it in place, and turning 4 bolts into place on the telescope, and then detaching the electrical cable from the existing or the old unit and reattaching it to the new unit. The first magnetometer has already been changed out. The new unit has been checked and verified to be in good working order.
Locked off the tether so we won't have any tension. I'm going to have to fold back a little bit here, too. One thing I'll report on magnetometer number 2 on the sensor box, on the top side, half of the black outer surface is peeled back. It's come up about 1.5 centimeters.
Copy, Houston.
We copy that.
How's that look on your side, Story?
Good. It's good. Doesn't look like it's going to be any kind of a problem over there, Jeff.
Nope.
Okay.
I'll hold this one down, Jeff, till you get over here.
Okay. Let me get these partly attached.
I don't have a kind of
I understand.
possibility.
That in?
You can see better than me. I can see. Yeah, I'll hold it in, yeah.
And Houston, we'll try to get you ESC of that MSS2 sensor later.
Okay, thanks.
Doesn't feel like it's going in. Now, Story, there's another wire underneath that same wire. Let me... Oh, boy. Is that wire up there?
Yeah, that's the one we were going to go in underneath.
And we didn't. We went over it.
Okay.
Let me undo my side.
Okay.
This does not want to come off. Is something holding it on your side? Is it Velcro? Is it... You're holding it up.
No, okay, I'll just let go.
Well, if you can just slide that wire around the back and push it down, I think we'll be okay.
Okay. All right, it's curved. You go on now. Push it on.
Oh,
Good. Good, that did it.
Does the mag light help or hurt?
help.
Should have held it out of the way.
Yeah. Okay, can you back your helmet off so I...
Okay.
Elevated torque.
Check the MLR.
Denver, Houston, question on magnetometer 2. That surface that's peeled back, does it look like that's going to come loose?
I didn't want to poke it. Let me check it right now. Potts, can you bring me forward about 1 foot?
Forward 1 foot, Jeff.
Quad, sorry. And maybe down 1 foot.
Okay. And Story, the wire you had to move there, same wire that was on the other side?
Yeah, the upper right.
Okay. Copy, Houston.
Yes, we do, Tom.
Yes, it's peeling right off. Do you want me to take it off?
Stand by 1.
As soon as I touched it, it came off. It's now only held on by about an eighth of the attachment surface. I could easily take it off and put it in my trash bag.
We're checking. It's the MLI, right, Jeff?
No, it's the actual, the hard covering of the magnetometer box. The black surface of the box.
Copy.
I can take off the tether.
Hey, Jeff, do you think the tape you've got that you could tape it on?
I don't see any reason. That magnetometer is done for, and you're just having a risk that something at some point is going to come off and maybe find its way inside the aperture. Unless there's some other reason to keep it on.
Denver, Houston, for Tom, go ahead and take it off. And just to clarify, that is the actual part of the box that's come off?
That is correct. There's a line on it, but one arrow is saying Z and the other arrow is saying Y, and I'm now holding it in my hand.
Came off the top of the box, right?
That's correct.
That's the top rectangle off the box, Greg.
Okay, we understand. And
Putting it in my truck.
is there any indication of impact or anything that caused it to come loose?
No, there's nothing underneath. Underneath, it looks just fine. It just looks like it's been ripped off. I don't mean just the part that I've ripped. The earlier part is just trimmed off.
Okay, we understand. And Jeff, just to make sure we're all synced up, is there any indication of any other part of it being loose that might come off?
I'm going to check around the bottom in just a minute. Let me get this safely tucked away.
Hey, Story?
Yeah.
Yeah, back on the new MSS2, you got all 4 clamps made?
You get your 2, Jeff? Yes. Yes, we did.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, it's safely in the trash bag.
Good job.
Let me look at the others.
You did torque your knobs, right, Jeff?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, the bottom is coming off, too. The bottom is coming off, too. It's loose. It's halfway off.
Houston, you copy?
We missed it, Tom. Say again, please.
Yeah, Jeff says the bottom is loose also and about halfway off. You want him to remove it?
That would seem logical, but we're going to check.
Okay.
Sorry, how does the NOI look in front there?
I went all the way. I did a 360.
Okay,
Really good.
great.
Yep, Greg, I went all the way around the box. MLI's all the way down. Looks good on this side here.
We copy.
This went on real easy.
Endeavor Houston, Tom, Jeff is go to remove any part of that box that looks like it's going to come loose on its own.
Okay, thanks, Greg. Copy, Jeff?
I have it.
Okay.
Let me start this. You're standing by, Story, I can see.
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere.
Okay. No, I mean, if I should start to tumble this. Okay, that's stowed away. The 4 sides, of course I can't see the underside, but the other sides look okay.
Okay, so everything else looks good, right, Jeff?
Yes, I'm going to look at it from underneath.
Okay.
And we copy, Tom.
Okay, sides can come down. I'm going to try to get the connector. I'm going to get the connector.
Okay, down.
The angle is a little different here. I'm going to move this around a little bit more to get it out of the way. Okay. 110 is going in. On this one, 180 out. No, it's not. If I bend it the right way, this one might work pretty easily. It depends on which way you bend it. Good job. I think it's real easy. Nice going, Jeff. That is not easy. That's on and it's tight. Fingertip story, right?
Didn't need that connector too at all,
I did not.
All right.
Tough.
We copy,
Tough
Tom.
job. Right.
Okay, so you guys double check the MLI, connectors on, all 4 knobs are tightened, right?
Yeah, try.
Okay, Houston, I guess you gotta go for aliveness on MSS2.
Okay, we'll put it in worse. Once again, great job.
These guys are super, aren't they?
Well, every day it's becoming more and more of a can you top this?
Ready for the hand story?
I'm just keeping your backpack away.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah. Once you move out just a little bit, then I'll get a ride.
With the arm, you mean?
Yeah, I'm just holding your backpack here.
Okay, want me to move away from the telescope now?
6 inches, just 6 inches, Claude.
Okay. And guys, we got a little over 20 minutes till daylight, so I guess we'll have to forego the end effector video. We'll see what we can get here.
Now you can straighten up, Jeff. You do have me, right?
Can you get my other hand? There we go.
Because you got me.
I have you.
Because I'm going to get lost.
Both hands. Don't get lost, story.
Get lost in space.
It's smooth out here.
You got me, Jeff.
It's the one we're down. All right, let's move away from the telescope.
Okay, I'm going to straighten the top of the arm to look at the MSS one from below with the end effector camera.
Okay.
Is temperature still doing okay up there?
I'm super.
That's fine.
Nice and toasty. Turn your lights out for a minute, Story. Let's see some stars. Right. That's something?
Yeah, that bright thing.
Oh, my goodness.
Denver, Houston for Tom.
Right, that'll bother.
Go ahead.
Tom, we'd like to pick up the 4 of 6 Sadie J-bolts on the way down and then call it a day if you all concur.
Okay, we'll have to go into the airlock to get those tools, Jeff. Or Greg.
It's the J-bolts, I think you said.
I'm sorry, J-bolts. Copy, Greg.
Right, just,
yeah, we can do that.
just the door J-bolts.
Okay, copy that. And we're thinking, KT's thinking that we want to wait to rotate until we can get some ESC of the magnetometers, if you agree. after the end effector video that we're going to head down to Bay 7 to get Sadie for the J-bolts, right?
Yes, okay. Power drill is still configured, right, sir?
Yes, it is. Got 6 inch. I can just pass it to you, Jeff.
Okay.
It's a view from Endeavor's end effector camera on the robot arm, looking at the magnetometers, the 4 turn knobs that are used to lock the bolts in place directly on top of the old units.
Houston, Endeavor.
Go ahead.
Do you have a good view of the MSS with the end effector camera?
We sure did, Claude. We just swapped to, let's see, I'm not sure what view that is, one of the Bay cameras.
Okay. If you have enough of the end effector camera, we can move the other way then.
And we're back on the end effector, Claude.
Okay. Greg, I can move the arm some, but I don't have a lot of latitude.
Claude, we've gotten what we need. You're go to take Jeff down to do the Sadie door.
Roger. And Houston, over.
Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, if you copied our question earlier, KT's thinking that we'll wait on the tilt or the pivot and rotate until after daylight and we get some ESC of the magnetometers for you.
And we would like you to do that. That would be great. Thanks.
Okay.
Well, Fox and Claude, thanks for an incredible ride. I guess we can say we've looked at Hubble from both sides now.
Okay. Our pleasure.
With the completion of the magnetometers installation, the cruiser is now being maneuvered down on the robot arm to the Bay 7 location, which is where the solar array drive electronics unit is located. What the crew will be doing is loosening 4 of 6 bolts on the unit in preparation for a task on a future spacewalk scheduled for the 5th spacewalk of the mission. This is a simple task to do to get ready for that event. It's listed in the crew's checklist as an easy task if they have a little extra time to get ready for a future spacewalk. And that's in fact what they're going to do. It's on the way down the side of the telescope that's now pointed at the orbiter, at the orbiter's crew compartment. So that's scheduled now to be the last task of the day for the crew, and that is in fact a task to get ready for a spacewalk in a couple of days. All of the other tasks today have been accomplished. The wide field and planetary camera has been changed out, and both magnetometers now have been installed over the existing units. The aliveness tests or the electrical checks have been done to ensure that both of the new units are healthy. So the crew has completed all of the tasks that were scheduled for today's spacewalk.
Put a retractable tether on my tool and just pass over your shoulder.
Yeah, that's better than turning in that tether that's on the tool.
I want to take this pinch pump, you know.
To take what?
Take the pinch pump. I'll put a retractable tether on it.
Oh, I'll put one of mine on, Stroy.
Okay. But, are you going to give it back to me?
Well, what do you, doesn't matter. Or I'll just take it in.
Okay, fine. That's good.
You don't have anything on the other side, do you?
No, I don't.
Why is it not coming out?
Just a second, I get the bayonet.
Let's see, where would they 70?
It's right off your right shoulder. He's bringing it straight in.
Okay. Yeah. Torque 23, setting of 3.
Let's go torque 10.
Oh, that's what, well, torque 10, you're right, use a J-bolt. Turn the lights back on. Long doors. Okay, it's on torque 10, it's on setting of 3.
Roger that.
And loosen.
Garage.
And we'll go for 6. Okay, let's come in about 2 feet.
Into fit. And we'll get the upper 2 and the lower 2, right, Jeff?
That's correct.
Okay.
Stop. Stop. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Open. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's open. Okay, let's drop down 4 feet.
Endeavour Houston, good news on magnetometer number 2. Good functional check.
Thanks a lot, Houston.
Thanks to you guys.
That picking you down, Jeff?
Stop. Distance okay?
Come in about 1 foot.
In 1 foot.
That's good.
Stop.
Denver Houston, relative to your ESC downlink, we think we'll have good KU at 0018.
Okay, Greg, we have good lights in. We'll take them for you.
Okay. Story, the duty's waiting for you.
Okay, so I copy 4J hold done 5 turns, torque 10, right?
That's correct.
And we left the 2 attached opposite the hinges.
That's correct.
Very good.
Can we copy that?
I guess, guys, we're ready to clean things up and head in, right, Houston?
You are correct, sir.
If we're going to drop you off, Story.
Yeah, I'm going down to that with big fixture, Clyde.
Okay, I'll take you down there.
Enjoy the ride.
I do too. I'll go down and start straightening out the safety tether here.
And Endeavor Houston for KT, if you want to rotate the telescope after sunrise to optimize the position for your ESC photos and stop and take the picture, you're go to do that.
Okay, Greg, we'll do that.
Endeavor Houston, a reminder to check P101 while you're in proximity.
Roger, Wilco. Thanks, Greg.
Another foot, Clyde.
Fit okay, Story?
I'm there, okay.
You know, it'd probably be easiest for you if we went out for it a little bit, right, Story?
Yeah, I'm just going to get, I'll get my tether on and then we'll work at straightening out whatever we got to on yours. More things to get me on. Yep.
With all of the tasks completed for the day, Jeff Hoffman and Story Musgrave, all they have left remaining in this task today is to do their daily cleanup activities, which is usually about a half hour or so process. They're approaching 6 hours into the spacewalk, and again, they've completed all of the tasks associated with today's event, including setup for tomorrow's event, some small items